Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. How is everyone doing today? Hopefully, everyone's had a great, what that was today, Friday? Or whatever day it is. I had a excellent night because, well, it was stressful and then it was euphoric last night because my favorite baseball team, the New York Mets, made a miraculous comeback that almost made me pass out. Being a sports fan rules. Although being a Mets fan is just like, it's just like, it's a very hard thing to describe to people who aren't Met fans. Because it's like, you go through an entire range of emotions in the span of like seconds. Excitement, sadness, terror, depression, excitement, heartbreak, then just, it's hard. It's hard being a sports fan in general, technically. But like, man, last night, watching my team come back from down 2-0 to beat the other team 4-2 in a do or die playoff game where the loser goes home. Oh my god. Goddamn, fucking playoff baseball is bad for the heart. But it's so exciting. I am super excited to finally see my team actually finally have something good happen to them, you know? Very rarely does anything good happen to the fucking New York Mets. Because we are essentially the laughingstock of the baseball world. To the baseball world, everyone makes fun of us. Like, obviously everybody makes fun of us, but there's just something about finally having those moments that we got last night. Hi. Right? Just Andy, thank you so much for the resubscription. That is very nice of you. Holy crap, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I am doing well. I am doing fantastic. But it's fun. Yeah, so today we're going to be talking about a few things. We're going to go first over some Final Fantasy VII stuff because, there's some stuff to go over. Let's just put it that way. That I wanted to discuss and like talk about. And then we'll go over One Piece, chapter 1128, because that came out literally in the fucking morning. God damn it. I was about to head to sleep, and then all of a sudden, the chapter came out. I was like, God damn it. Fuck. It sucks. But yeah, we'll go over One Piece, and then we'll go over some other stuff as well. What you're seeing here right now is a panel from the recent chapter. I am going to 3D print this. It will take about 2 hours and 48 minutes. Probably a little bit longer, probably around 3 hours because I have to change the filament and stuff like that. It is a pose from the recent chapter of Nami winking and smiling, saying, I'm sorry about what will happen. We'll go over why she's doing this, but for the stream, we're going to also be 3D printing something, so that should be fun. Alright. My friend is Cook. He went 30 minutes against curfew. Yeah, he's done. He's done, so. Why would he do that? Show us the 3D printed Nami. There's no such thing. Fucking gooner. no such thing, Graz. If there was, I'll be 3D printing in silicone. The fuck you talking about? I can't 3D print that with this type of material. It sucks. I need silicone. That's when you could print shit like that. She's probably gonna get grounded for a week and no hanging out for a week. Oh, that sucks. Did he have an excuse for breaking curfew? 'Cause usually, there has to be a reason why he broke curfew, no? Can't find the fucking thing. Where is it? Oh, found it. There we go. Alright. Let's load up some filament. But yeah. So we'll be 3D printing this. I'll have the camera on. I wish I don't have a light though. I'll try to have like something on over there. But yeah, I'll be 3D printing this, so we'll see. Should take about 3 hours to finish. Although there is one other thing I need to print. I need to print out a heart, but that's going to require something. You know, I probably should have printed out the heart first. I had a red filament, or whatever. Whatever. Let me just get the big pieces out of the way first. Gotta check the time, and he was taking a shit, and also it was my friend's room because he asked for help. He was thinking, that must have been a long ass shit. That's funny. Yeah, I too sometimes lose track of time. Although to be fair, whenever I have a day off, I spend like an hour in the bathroom every day I wake up because yeah. That's life for you. That's life. I apologize to anyone commented in the YouTube chat. I did not see anything because I didn't have the chat up, so my apologies for that. What the hell was that? Yo, yesterday morning, fucking somebody fucking, well, not somebody, but out of nowhere, they decided to do fucking construction right in front of my fucking house. All of a sudden, I'm like fucking woken up with a jackhammer going off literally right in front of my house. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Who is jackhammering in front of my fucking house? God damn, let me sleep. I just fucking had 2 days of fucking work. What are you doing? Oh, I got so mad. I was like, God damn it. Fuck. Oh, yeah. That's what I get. That's what I fucking get. His parents are strict as fucks and they yell at him for getting a 94. What the? If my parents, well, to be fair, my parents didn't really care that much. They stopped caring the moment I decided to make a fucking essay about fucking the saddest moment of my life when I was in 4th grade and decided to make my paper on fucking Vegeta destroying the audience members and me saying that was the most traumatic experience I ever experienced in my fucking life. I was fucking 9. What do you mean the most traumatic experience I've so far went through when I'm fucking 9 years old? The fuck kind of assignment is that? I wrote an essay on that, then I got in trouble because the teacher apparently was like, "Oh, your son shouldn't, your son shouldn't be watching like cartoons, because he wrote an essay about it." I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? I'm 9. What do you mean my most traumatic experience? Like, what the fuck is that? I'm fucking 9. What do you want me to tell me the time I fucking slipped on the fucking banana peel and just fucking went, ow, boo boo? Like, what the fuck? I hate... the education system in the United States is not great. I just put it that way. Yeah, but that sucks, though. That does suck. Strict parents are really... Hey, Red Halo, I'm here now. You can't talk about anything? Well, I'm still going to. What's that? You don't want to get spoiled? Too bad. I'm gonna play Devil's Advocate for today. Be like, I'm gonna spoil you, Ryan. Okay, let me try. I did push. Is it working? What? Sorry, my Diddy Finners. Oh, it says it. Try that. Yeah. Done so. Alright, cool. Spoil me, please? Okay, so. This is what happens in Final Fantasy VII. God appears, and he comes down and smites Cloud and company because they realize that God is the true enemy of JRPG. No, that's not true whatsoever. Woo! But yeah, I will be talking about Final Fantasy VII. So if you don't want to hear about it, yeah, I don't recommend. Staying to hear me talk about it, because I will go into some spoiler stuff that you probably do not want to see. The U.S. education shit. Oh, I agree with you. It's shit because they're using a old system. There needs to be a change to it. There just needs to be a change to it. It's not good currently. It's literally all about just pushing as many kids through as possible. So it's just like, no child left behind, right? It's just like, that's not necessarily a great thing because, like, you're pushing kids through who just barely pass, right? You're not letting them retain the information they learn from school. You're just pushing them through the system, right? And it's all about, trying to get so many more kids to pass, and you're lowering the requirement each and every time. It's wrong. It's stupid. You want them to retain the information. You want them to learn. You want them to know all this stuff. Like, the education system in the United States needs reworked. I'll be back for a stream that doesn't contain spoilers. Can't help if you back-to-back streams with spoilers. Like, no, I understand that. I really get that. You should blame TCB because they took their sweet-ass time fucking translating this shit. They always come out with a new chapter every Thursday, except this one fucking time when I'm fucking awake and ready to, get going, Fuck. Shit. I guess we were wrong? Wait. Oh, about the video game stuff? Yeah, I know. It was a good guess. It happens. Not every theory is gonna be possible, Frankie. Oh yes, Frankie's voice actor is having issues. Yeah. He has some medical health issues that hopefully he recovers for. Yeah, the chapter's out. Yeah, I know. Who is your main Sparking Zero? If I had a main in Sparking Zero, probably. What the fuck is that? Yeah, it's one of those fly things. My main Sparking Zero, I have no idea. Is it done? Alright, cool. So, we can actually start printing this. Print, baby! Alright. Wait, did I... Actually, before I do that, do I have... ironing on? I should have it on. No ironing! Yes, please. Pop surface is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Slice plate. You guys get educated? Thought you're the dumbest country on the planet? That is not true. We're in the middle pack, I think, from my understanding. We're like right in the middle. No, we it's a complicated thing that I really don't want to get into. Let's just say I think the education system needs reworking. That's all I'm gonna say on that front. Alright, so this should be going through. Nami Swan! My mains are Legacy Goku 2 characters, Piccolo, Trunks, Gohan, Vegeta, Goku, but the battle coach is gonna be ultimate fanfiction. If I had a main in Sparking Zero, it would probably be Gohan. I'm a huge Gohan fan. I'm just too much of a huge Gohan nerd. Alright, cool. So it should start. Do I have the flashlight on? Lamp. Well, that. What the fuck is that? It barely does anything. Alright, whatever. It's gonna do something, I guess. Should have. I do not. Should have the other camera up. Hey, just Andy, what's up? How are you? Fuck, I don't remember which one is my other camera. No, not settings, studio mode. Fucking, what is this camera? Webcam 2. Okay, so you just go webcam 2. Alright. There it is. There's the big guy. There we go. There we go. Seb! What is up? Not much. We're gonna, I started 3D printing. Let me show you. Started printing this. So, as you can see, my 3D printer right below me is gonna start doing that. It's pretty cool. You got suspended? What the hell did you do now? No time I made a drawing in school of Boa Hancock naked getting fucked by that. No. What the fuck? That's kind of gross, bro. I'm not gonna lie, that's weird. Kind of weird. Oh yeah, it's great. It's from my it's from one of the more recent One Piece panels. She's fucking adorable in it. Putting the boa in boa. Hey, are you happy with that joke? You happy with that joke? But yeah, it's based off this. That sounded British. Yeah, so it's based off this panel. J-Mang! What's up? How are you? Looney, have you seen The Legend of Vox? Legend of Vox. I had... Wait, what? No, I have not. I have not seen it, no. Sorry. What's it about? What a game? Oh, man, you have no idea. Like, holy fuck. Oh, the moment, like, fucking Lindor and Nemo fucking got on base and then Pete got up, I was like, no fucking shot. No! Nah, there's no way. This is fucking Hollywood scripted. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that it's gonna go like that. No fucking... This is too scripted. There's no way he's gonna do it, and he fucking did it. He fucking hit a 3-1 homer to give them the lead. Like, no, like, oh my... That's literally fucking Hollywood script writing. Like, how the fuck... Oh, God, it was so euphoric. But of course, being the Met fan, you know, it was still one half inning left to go. Bottom of the ninth. We didn't have our closer anymore, so, you know, just that feeling of dread continues to happen, but they managed to pull it off, and we're moving on to the NLCS. First game's tomorrow. My God. It was such a great fucking game. Oh, it was so good. Vox Machina, a band of 8 unlike heroes, find themselves on a quest to save the realm of Exandria from dark magical forces. Is it based off like Dungeons and Dragons? Phillies? Yeah, against the fucking Phillies, man. Oh, can't wait for that. The new chapter the new chapter came out at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Earlier today, so yeah. That sound ain't not gonna lie, but when does Sanji ever use his hands in battle? He never does. He refuses to do so because his philosophy is that the hands are the most important thing a chef can have, so he refuses to use his hands. Moaning? Mean rock face, shut up. What do you think I am, Narissa? Man. Okay. As a 3D printer is printing, we're about to start printing. First up on the agenda for today, I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII stuff first. Shouldn't take long. Should take about like 45 minutes, an hour. We won't stick too long for this. Then we'll move on to the chapter. But I wanted to do this simply for YouTube purposes because I plan on uploading this for later on YouTube. So, you know. But so there's a few things to it shouldn't take 1 hour. I mean, 1 hour in streaming time. We have 3 hours to fill for this thing to finish printing. So we have 3 hours. Yeah, so there's a reason why I want to talk about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth today because I was in a stream a while back, like a couple days ago. You know, just people talk about, like, you know, the ending of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, although, you know, they were trying to, you know, figure out and, like, give their own theories and opinions about, you know, what is happening in the game, you know, so on and so forth. Right? It's based on D&D campaign from Critical... Oh, it's from Critical Role. Interesting. That's pretty cool that they were able to get their own animation from that. I mean, if we're talking about Kaleth time, this checks out. What the hell was that? Frieza with the follow. Jesus Christ. Oh, we can also talk about some HoloLive stuff too, especially with the whole thing with the with Niji Sanji fucking bitching about not going to the Nintendo Museum, or you know doing something for the Nintendo Museum that I found funny because it's just like. No, it's not because of Pal World. No, there's a reason why Nintendo would axe HoloLive first. There's a reason why. So it's just funny, you know. That it's just funny that's the case. But in terms of Final Fantasy VII, so let me bring up a Let me bring up a video. So we could just overlay. Yeah. Again, if you do not want spoilers, if you don't want spoilers for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I do not recommend watching the stream, because there will be spoilers for this game. So I'm just gonna let this play. What the fuck is Khalifa wearing an extremely revealing outfit in Annie's lobby arc? She's supposed to represent the sexy secretary stereotype that you see in like a lot of drama shows and a lot of like porn related things. She's supposed to represent the sexy, stereotype of sexy secretaries. That's literally what she's supposed to be. Why not? What? Why Niji Sanji wasn't asked to do a video on for the Nintendo Museum? Well, I mean, look what happened. Look what has happened over like the last year or two of Niji Sanji. Literally, they've been fucking up so fucking badly. Like, why would Nintendo go to you? Why would Nintendo go to you for that? No, I meant why not for the outfit thing? Oh, yeah, it's just being a sexy secretary type thing. Just a big ass forehead like Vivian Bowen Hancock. For me, it's more like, it's not necessarily that they have big foreheads, they just don't have any bangs that go down the face. Like, if I remove this, look how big my fucking forehead is. I have a fucking wall. It's just really all about, like, the bangs. They just don't have bangs, really. And also, Toei isn't great at, doing anything right. They can do some things right, but only when they actually give a fuck. Sometimes when they don't, they just don't. It's fucking, they're stupid. Never mind, you can play chess on yours. Everyone has a fucking big forehead. It's just that if you have bangs, then you whatever. Alright. Before I get sidetracked, I want to talk about something that's been discussed recently. So, not my way to lift my hair is the same. And that means, well, you're also young, so that means that your hairline is probably lower than mine. As you get older, your hairline starts to recede. It can be bit by bit, but slowly your hairline could recede. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, Final Fantasy VII. So, there's a lot of people going around now in the theory community for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. For the longest time, a lot of people tended to have like this theory that what like the worlds and all that stuff, what all of that was about was the possibility of the multiverse theory, like with the MCU and so on and so forth, right? Like different timelines, alternate worlds, that kind of stuff. Lately, however, it's been like it's October now, so it's been like 8 months now, right? Now, some of the people who love making theories or who are more Final Fantasy theory YouTube content creators and stuff like that, they're now going into this idea that what's happening with the worlds and stuff like that is a live stream. Now, this is something that I have actually talked about, back then. Like, I think I made a video on it 5 months ago. About what I think the live stream is doing, like what the worlds are, and so like that. I want to give like an updated version of that for this new video, and simply is that a lot of people are now seeing the live stream theory as more of the theory that's actually what is occurring with the remake project. And of course, a lot of people, are more, are posing it as if it's like something that they discovered and that it's brand new, when it's been actually a thing for literally since after Rebirth ended. A lot of people, not even myself, a lot of other people also talked about it being a live stream thing. However, no one can confirm whether or not that's what the devs are doing. And slowly, piece by piece, sometimes people will slowly, after listening to people, after looking at, the clues in the game, a lot of times those opinions of, what they think changes. It's common in theory practices. And, I'm not going to go on and say that they shouldn't say that they're the first ones, or like they're the ones who discovered that this is the reason, right? I'm not trying to say that or anything like that. What I am going to talk about is simply what my opinion on it now is, and expand on like what the previous video I did was on. So the live stream, I even had like a whole whiteboard and shit like that on it. But the live stream is essentially, there's one huge strand of the live stream. It's fucking huge, right? It's just like, let's pretend my arm is the live stream, like the main live stream. When in Remake, when you defeat the Harbinger of Fate, that moment where you do, it causes a something to occur in the live stream that causes a bunch of strands of the live stream to, separate. Kind of like a tree branch. Like you have different branches of the live stream. These are the so-called worlds, right? So, when you have each branch spread like that, you get these open worlds. That's why we see Zack at the end, we see Biggs alive at the end, and so on and so forth. And that's what I think is essentially happened. That the large live stream that essentially operates and is the entire planet, is the entire world, is branching off because Cloud and company defeated the Harbinger of Fate. That is an event where the live stream started to split apart and create these multiple worlds. Now, why would Sephiroth want you to do that? Well, for me, my thoughts on it and what Sephiroth is trying to do is essentially create his perfect live stream, his perfect world, or whatever you want to call it. But he can't do it because the live stream is just too strong. It is too powerful. He cannot corrupt it with like Genova or anything like that by himself because it's just too strong. What he needed was essentially a way to separate the live stream to smaller strands so that then he could corrupt them, thus causing these worlds to slowly die or be destroyed. Media constantly. By doing that, he's corrupting the live stream itself. As they die, they revert back into the main live stream. And by doing that, the main live stream is weakening. It's getting weaker. Because now his influence is causing something to happen in the live stream. That's why you see, two versions of the Whispers. You see Sephiroth in the live stream. And, also Aerith losing her memories and all that stuff. All of that is part of Sephiroth's plan to corrupt the main live stream. You will see exactly what I mean by Sephiroth and live stream in this video. As it continues to play, you'll eventually see it. Right? But he wants to do it simply because he originally could not destroy or corrupt the main live stream because it was too strong. So he's separating the live stream into the smaller ones so that he could corrupt those. And as they enter back into the live stream, because they are, when the worlds die, they merge back. That's what he means by connecting the worlds together and so on and so forth, because they go back into the live stream. It's not multiple worlds. They're not just disappearing. They're heading back into the live stream. So that's why this is what Sephiroth's plan is. He wants to slowly corrupt the big main live stream. And by doing that, he's doing it piece by piece. By each and every tree branch. Right? Hi, Depina. I think it was also needs some power from the live stream because he did absorb the Whispers. Yeah, exactly. The Whispers are essentially trying to dictate or trying to prevent the flow of the live stream from, going all over the place. By having Sephiroth control some of the Whispers, he's able to dictate where and what path the big live stream is heading towards, right? Because that's literally what the Whispers are there for. So, by doing that, he's slowly destroying the worlds by corrupting them, piece by piece, world by world, right? It's why we see all these, moments where, the worlds are dying because of media, and it's constantly, you see visions of Cloud having visions, and, the rest of the party seeing all these meteors destroying each and every world, right? as Sephiroth and Cloud are going into that like white space where they see all these memories and stuff like that, those are all worlds that have branched off from the live stream, right? And eventually all those will be corrupted and broken off and heading back into the live stream, but they will be destroyed because of Sephiroth's influence, Jenova's influence, and the corruption they are doing to these small live streams. You see it, they're fighting. The White Whispers, or we think that they're Eretz Whispers, are trying to prevent the Black Whispers from causing the course of the live stream, the main live stream, from following what Sephiroth is trying to do. And by, that is causing this whole entire battle that you see here right now in the thing, and why Tifa is being shown this, right? And as Sephiroth continues to do this, he's slowly weakening the light stream to eventually the point where he's able to control the flow of the light stream and create that perfect world he wants. What is that perfect world? I'm not entirely too sure. What it could be is a world where Sephiroth, creates a perfect world where not only does he win, maybe to appease Jenova, his mother, or it could also be for essentially creating himself to be like a being that does the same exact thing Jenova does, right? Jenova is this parasite. It goes from planet to planet and tries to, destroy the planet from within, tries to corrupt the planet like a virus. Sephiroth might be trying to appease his mother, right, by becoming exactly what she is. But in order to do that, he needs to get control of the planet. Once he has the control of the planet, he becomes that parasite. It's literally what he tries to do in Advent Children, right? By corrupting the live stream, he is able to become similar to Jenova and then go on to the next planet and be a parasite for the next planet and stuff like that. That's what his, I think, ultimate goal essentially is. It will link back to Advent Children in that way. So, it's to me, that's what Sephiroth's main goal is. Now, how does this connect to, like, let's say, the stamps? Why there are many different stamps? For me personally, I think the reason why there's so many different stamps is because the devs also said this, that they're to differentiate what world is which, right? They're all different stamps that all mean, it all just describes what world the characters that are in that world are in. And I think the reason why they're so different is because we know that the life stream is full of memories, memories, dreams, and so on, and all that stuff. What it essentially, to me, tells me is that the different stamp designs are specifically for whoever memory dream, belongs, in that world. The strongest person whose memories and dreams create that world, essentially. Which is why when you have the dream world date with Aerith, like at the end, you see that stamp is similar to a animal that kind of represents Zack in a way. I forgot what kind of dog it was, but it represents Zack, right? Because that's her dream world, right? She, is going on this date with Cloud, but you could see the influence that Zack has on her in her, memories and her dreams, and that's why the version of Stamp there, or like, the doll that you see there is like her version of what she would want Stamp to be, right? However, there is also, when you go to the candy stuff, I believe it's a different Stamp, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. That's the one part of this theory that's still kind of like the weakest for me. In order to really, explain myself well, it's literally one of the weakest parts of this theory, right? But I do think that's literally what's happening to the live stream. It's all in the live stream. The live stream is omnipotent, and everything that's happening is determined by the live stream, is determined by people's dreams, and whatever strand or whatever world gets separated, whoever's strongest dream, whoever's strongest memories are in that world, in that separate world, is how the world gets influenced. So, that's what I think is happening. That's what I think is, like, the whole thing with the live stream, and essentially why Sephiroth wants to, or what Sephiroth's plan is, right? He wants to continue to create conflict within the live stream so that he can weaken it to create his perfect world. You even see it in the final chapter he tells Aerith to continue to pray. Why? The reason why I think he continues to tell her to pray is because that moment where Cloud is unable to save Aerith, right? That's another moment, similar to how like the Harbinger of Fate was like that moment that caused like separations and strands of, you know, multiple worlds to appear. That moment caused another a chain of events similar to the Harbinger of Death, where more strands have been separated. He's trying to weaken it. And what's happening is, see you later, Seb. And what's happening essentially is that by causing more strands to appear, especially one of the most important strands, which is why you see the rift in the sky, that is one of those strands that he wants to corrupt. That rift in the sky that you see is essentially similar to like what Cloud is seeing, because that's essentially his rift. The rift between him and the world that they're currently in, because that's essentially what his world is. That world that he sees the rift in, that's his world. That's his strongest dreams and memories happening there, which is why he can see Aerith as well. Right? And of course, Aerith is now more in tune with the live stream now. She's kind of like Omni Aerith in that situation, where she is in the live stream and she's going to be there for the majority of part 3. Because she has to be there in order to stop Meteor, because unfortunately, if you played the original game, Holy does not work. Now, of course, they could change things up and stuff like that. Of course, I'm not going against that, right? Because at the end of the day, they could always change certain things, right? But the point is that Aerith's death became another point in time when more strands separated, thus allowing Sephiroth to corrupt more strands as they go back into the live stream. The most important strand or important world that he's trying to corrupt is Cloud's, which is why he has this entire thing about Cloud, you know, you can't trust Tifa, because he's trying to break Cloud. That moment where he breaks down is going to happen in part 3, right? And that in itself will cause more worlds, that live stream, that main live stream, to essentially be so corrupted that Sephiroth is able to control whatever path that main live stream goes to and whatever the perfect world leads to. And I think that's what Sephiroth wants. By destroying Cloud, or, really messing Cloud up, and that will happen when they reach the crater, the North Crater, that's going to be when everything goes to shit, because now the perfect world is slowly starting to take place. Right? He's going to summon Meteor. He's going to destroy this world. The moment he destroys the world Cloud is in, this world right here where they are in, is the moment he's able to finally take down the light stream and literally fuse with it, allow Jenova to fuse with it, and become that sentient being that he wanted to be in Advent Children, so that he could then become another parasite just like Jenova and go on to the next planet. And repeat the process just like his mother used to do. He wants so badly to appease his mother, to be like his mother, right? The moment, that's all, he really wants to do nothing more than that, right? And that's the only way he can really do without bringing her, to life or, saving her, is to become someone just like her so that he could continue his bloodline's, path towards being a parasite in other worlds. So, yeah, that's what I think is happening. That's my idea, or, what I think is currently happening from just based on just replaying the game, just seeing certain things, and reading and even listening to other people talk as well about, Final Fantasy VII theories, and just come out with my own conclusion. That's what I think is currently happening. It sounds a little confusing, probably because I'm not the best at wording it properly, right? But I do think that's what's happening, and yeah, that's my theory. That's my updated idea or theory of what I think is happening in terms of the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Remake trilogy, and what they're trying to do with it, right? It's literally Sephiroth trying to become that sentient being so that he could do exactly as his mother does and become that parasite on another planet and continue, what his mother did when she came to this planet, to Gaia. And he needs to defeat and corrupt Cloud, because Cloud's, more than likely, for some strange reason, Cloud's dreams and memories are the strongest, and by destroying his, then you can weaken the live stream, weaken it enough for Sephiroth to finally claim what he had always wanted. That's what I think is essentially what is happening here. Who knows? I could definitely be wrong. Knowing me and my record of theories, it's probably I'm wrong as shit. I'm fucking wrong as fuck. But that's where I am currently standing on what is happening and what they're trying to do. And part 3 is going to be all about preventing Sephiroth's perfect world, preventing him from becoming the sentient being. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So, we'll see. Let me know if you like this video. Let me know what you think in the comments below. So subscribe to the channel, and I will talk to you guys soon. So thank you so much for watching, and hopefully you enjoyed this video, and I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye. Anyway. Alright, sorry. Let me hear what you guys think. If you have any questions or anything like that, let me know what you guys think as we watch this amazing Gungaga scene. Well, have fun, yo. I'm getting dead, so going. Yeah, no doubt, Seb. Definitely go get some sleep. Oh my god, little Cloud. Yeah, I know. I thought they were Planet Whispers fighting. Are the Aerith? That'd be interesting. They're the Planet Whispers. The thing is that Aerith, the White Whispers, are part of the live stream itself. Aerith is in the live stream. It's the Aerith that you see in the dream world. That is that Aerith that essentially, then gets killed by Sephiroth as he approaches the church. That's essentially that Aerith that was initially in the live stream during this entire sequence. And when she gets killed, the Aerith that we see or we travel with becomes that new, kind of like that new Aerith that's in the live stream. And then she will continue the battle with Sephiroth. So I think Sephiroth and his mother complex? Oh, you have no idea. He is such a mama's boy, no question about it. He is such a mama's boy, it's so funny. So fucking funny. So fucking funny. He's such a mama's boy. Oh shit. Sorry. I got a new big batch of, peanut butter filled pretzels. Mama's boy, but also Lemon Cloud. Yeah. But there's one other thing I do want to discuss, and it's something that has kind of... I made a tweet about it, and it has always bothered me. And this is more in terms of shipping discussions and stuff like that. But it does relate to Final Fantasy. It's like the dude from Psycho. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, that's a perfect example. And I guess I could make this another video, I guess, but I made this video already about how people want to include Aerith's death in the live stream sequence in part 7, and it's just, to me, there's no reason for that. There's no reason to add Aerith into the live stream sequence at all, because that's not what the live stream sequence is. It's not about Cloud experiencing every single fucking tragedy that has ever experienced. That's not what it is. If it was him going through all of that, if it was him trying to, if it was him trying to, so what I'm looking for. If this was him trying to, accept her death, right? You wouldn't have him feel regret in AC. You're trying to essentially remove the notion of what the devs that have been saying is that Advent Children is connected to the remake project. It will link up to it, right? Most of that is because they want Advent Children to be the prequel to the remake project. Essentially what that means is that in Advent Children, when Sephiroth is defeated, he goes back into the live stream, right? and you know, and you know, the Sephiroth from Advent Children is a Sephiroth that's currently causing mayhem in the remake project. I was on board with that idea, or like I thought about the idea. I think I made a video on it as well. I don't believe it's a prequel. I cannot see it as a prequel because it just wouldn't make any sense. I don't think the remake project, and this was something I thought as well until I changed my mind about it, that the remake project is a sequel to the OG. I don't think that anymore. Because just based on everything that the devs have been saying, and of course there's always the idea that, you know, the devs can't tell you everything, so, you know, you shouldn't believe everything, you know, the devs say. But everything the devs have been saying just leads me to the idea that, like, no, what they're saying is this is just a remake version of the OG where they're enhancing and adding things that they were not able to back in 1997. You know? Like, that's literally what I think they're doing. And they have been saying that. It's not like they've been coy about it. Like, it'd be one thing if, like, they, you know, only mention it once and then they, you know, decide to change their mind. No, they've been saying this each and every time someone asks them. You know? So it's like, I just don't see it, because the devs have not hinted at it at all to be in that case. You know? So to me, it just doesn't make any sense. It just goes against what the authors want. Now, to me, like I said, I think this is just a actual remake of the OG, but they're adding and they're including, or, you know, expanding things of the OG in this remake. That's essentially what they're doing. Right? And I did make a tweet. I could show the tweet actually now. In regards to the whole thing. And actually, maybe, you know, I'm not going to show the tweet, but I will say this. The more you try to approach Final Fantasy VII with grander ideas, with grander stuff, the more you'll be disappointed in what the devs do in Part 3. And I'm talking specifically story-based. You, instead of trying to think in a grander scheme and trying to, you know, overanalyze it, we should be simplifying it a little bit. I get it. It's Final Fantasy. It is Nomura. Nothing's ever so simple with Nomura. But think of it this way. When you play Final Fantasy VII Remake, a lot of people were talking about, oh, this is the, you know, the multiverse. You know, there's so many different worlds. Oh my god, this and that, right? They were approaching the ending of Remake with grander things. And then when Rebirth came out, they simplified it a little bit. There was still some stuff that people were, you know, were right about, right? But not the grand idea of this being like a multiverse situation. You simplify it. And Rebirth became a simplification of what everyone's theories were. Now, it wasn't like a theory that, you know, a lot of people were, you know, on board with, or what I should say, that people didn't like, or like people just didn't accept, because it just feels like, you know, that's a little disappointing. They were disappointed because it wasn't the grander idea, the grander theories they were coming up with. I get that. Theory making is always fun, right? And you want to create theories that are correct. And when they don't become true, you feel disappointed. You feel like your legitimacy gets ruined. But here's the thing. Theory crafting is not about being right. Being right is the reward for your thinking process. It shouldn't be seen as like you are, oh, you are the most amazing theorist in the world. No, that's not what theory making is. It's about coming up with ideas, pushing them out, telling people about it, right? And then if any of them come true, congratulations, right? You were right. That doesn't mean that you have to be right in order for people to think you are, the perfect person to go to, like Final Fantasy VII theories, right? You don't lose legitimacy. You're supposed to just literally be having fun and coming up with these theories so that if they do come true, guess what? Yay! That's it. Just be happy, right? I think a lot of people, whenever they do theory crafting, they try very hard to use it as like an ego boost. To me, whenever I craft theories, I'm like, okay, this sounds like a fun idea. Could it be possible? Sure. Will it be possible? I don't know. Anything can happen. I never try to say my theories are true, or that this is a theory you have to believe because this is exactly what they're fucking doing. I never do that. Why? Because I am always almost wrong. It's like, I think a lot of people just want that legitimacy, want that idea that like their theories will always be correct and that the way they think is the right way. And if people start thinking the same way, they get that ego boost going. To me, I never view it like that. You don't have to believe my theories. You don't have to follow them. You don't have to, mirror them out to everybody else. You don't have to do that. My theories, whenever I make them, is all about just think. That's all you have to do. I give you an idea, right? Maybe it might help you with your theory, but it's just to create discussion. It's just to create this idea of a possibility that doesn't even have to be true, right? That's what I want to get out of theory making and how I approach theories, because I know most of the time I'm probably not right. If people think of that as like losing any sort of legitimacy, like a journalist who tries very hard to get the breaking news but the sources are always wrong, people think that, oh, if you get it wrong, you automatically lose legitimacy as a journalist. But that's different, because you're talking about actual stuff in journalism that you need proper sources in order to be viewed as a proper journalist. With theory making, you don't need that. You don't. The remix project is pretty much retelling of OG with all the compilation info, and they had 27 years to work what didn't, like giving Zack more screen time, letting the different relationships they actually get to see Zack and Aerith. Yeah, they're expanding and trying very hard to give you like the definitive edition of Final Fantasy VII. The Final Fantasy VII that they could not give you back in the day because of limitation, right? So that's why for me, whenever I do theories and stuff like that, I always think of like, okay, this theory could definitely be wrong, but I want to share it. I want to give people something to talk about and see where it goes. Let's see if I can maybe help someone come up with something for their theory. And that kind of stuff. That's what I want to do with theories. Not to say I'm right, not to say that you should believe me, but just to start a discussion and allow you maybe the opportunity where my idea could help your theory. And then you just discuss. Because that's what theory making is. It's just discussions of like infinite possibilities that the devs could go into. And I think a lot of people who do theories seem to forget that, because they want legitimacy. And I guess on the internet nowadays, if you're not legitimate or have legitimacy, nobody gives a shit about you, which is a sad thing. It's sad. Maybe that's why people don't listen to what I say most of the time. right? But I don't want to, lie. I want to be as transparent as possible and, give you exactly how I feel about, theory crafting and stuff like that. Because I want to. I want to be right, but that doesn't mean that I have to be right. Wanting and having to be right are two different things. And a lot of people who do theories always want to be right. Or not want. They have to be right. They feel like they have to be right. And it's just and that causes a lot of people to come up with theories and try very hard to push those theories out there to try and make it seem, like, oh, I am right about this. I know I am. Watch it happen. Like, no, that. Then when it doesn't happen, you just make a fool of yourself, People will shit on you because your overconfidence causes so many people to essentially, like, make fun of you for it. I don't know where we're I've enjoyed all the theories so far, trying to figure out what new mystery we step on different worlds was interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Whenever I see a theory, I don't view it as, oh, this person might be right, or this person definitely figured it out. No. I view it as, oh, this person has an idea. It's an interesting idea. Does it help maybe some of my ideas? Sure. Could it sway me into thinking of, like, maybe something else that is, like, something different than I originally thought? Yes. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of theories and trying to discuss it with people, right? Until the next game comes out. That's the whole point of theory making. Just have fun with it. And don't try so hard to try to be right. Because when you try so hard to be right, eventually it will backfire on you. And you'll get clowned on when the thing doesn't happen that you thought will. And you have been preaching it for so long. Right? That's how I always viewed it. Maybe I'm the wrong one. Maybe I'm the wrong one. I don't know. But, shipping and theory making are literally the same thing. Shipping is literally theorizing and celebrating something, a theory of two people or two characters coming together and, in a relationship or, loving the relationship the two characters have. They're literally both the same thing. It's not like they're much different. And this goes to another point that I want to talk about, is that shippers always tend to be the butt of jokes. They never are taken seriously. Anytime someone wants to talk about the story of, like, Final Fantasy VII, One Piece, or, like, any sort of fiction, immediately shippers are seen as, like, the bottom of the barrel, or people who, don't deserve to be on the same table or sitting on the same table as everyone else in that same community, because, oh, anything you say, right, that's positive towards, like, the characters that you ship with, all of a sudden you have shipping goggles. Whatever you're saying makes no sense. You don't deserve any sort of opinion on it because you're blinded by, you love these two characters so much because you want them to be together. So any of your opinions are immediately thrown out the window. I find that so bullshit, because that's literally what people who power scale, is literally what people who do theories do. It's legit the same thing. You're focusing on something, right, that you enjoy about a series, and trying very hard to, like, project your ideas, your theories to other people, right, that, you want and you discuss with it. It's literally what shippers do. It's literally what they do. It's so baffling to me, like, that people so heavily disregard any shipping opinion, or, like, opinions from shippers. Not even shipping opinions, because, that's a whole different, can of worms. But I'm talking specifically about the opinions of shippers, the person, the part of the community, the member of that community. Because oh my god, no, you know, that can't happen because you're looking at it through shipping goggles. I'm like, maybe I'm not. You ever thought about that? Maybe not everything that a shipper's, you know, mind goes to has to be fucking shipping, right? Not everything I say has to deal with shipping, right? I am more than capable of discussing theories and ideas about the story without it involving shipping. And that's why I don't like that idea that like this idea that, you know, shippers should not be on that table to discuss these things. It is so baffling to me that so many people think that way. That they think that shippers shouldn't have their opinion, shouldn't have that, you know, that thing where they are allowed to discuss the actual story. And I've said this in another tweet. Actually, I can show that tweet about the whole thing, which is right here, right? And is essentially what I just said, but like a little bit simplified. Shippers always get a bad reputation in terms of discussion of theories of the overall story, and to be fair, some shippers take it a different place. Sometimes they go off the rails. Sometimes they, you know, say really wild shit. But it happens to power scalers and sometimes people who come up with theories. Theory people as well do the same thing. But to deny them a seat at the table is really unfair because they dive so much into the game and sometimes way more than normal. To this day, I still would rather talk to a shipper than a power scaler or sometimes even a theory person because a shipper actually, you know, discusses, they study the characters themselves way more than actual theory people or power scalers actually do. They think they know, but their focus is on one aspect of that character, right? The one aspect, you know, in terms of power scalers, for theory people, they're looking at the character and trying to find something within that character, right, that helps their theory. Something that the character said, something that the character did. If it helps your theory, then you do more of a dive in. But theory people mostly just focus on the story, not necessarily characters. Shippers actually study their characters. Now, of course, some people have different views of certain characters, and like I said, sometimes they go off the rail. But I would still rather discuss with a shipper than a power scaler and a person who just focuses mainly on theories, because you cannot talk about the story without really getting to know the characters. Because the characters' motivations, what the characters do, everything, every single thing goes back to the story. No matter how many people try to like deny it, it always goes back. Because the characters' motivations, what the characters think, what the characters do, what they feel, focuses so much into what the story is and what could happen and, you know, later on in the story as you theorize. Characters are a lot more important to the story than people still seem to forget sometimes, right? I understand the story and like different dialogues within the story that the characters say, you know, help a lot in theory making. But you have to understand why the character is saying this, who the character is, and you have to really go into the character's motivation, what the character feels, right? That's where you really could find that idea that could eventually be a proper theory that you could use, right? But my point is, people think we have shipping goggles 24/7, and that's not true. We just take the game in a slightly in the game slightly differently, and can more than go completely neutral in these discussions. We can, right? And the reason why I made this tweet is because during that theory stream that, you know, for YouTubers, I forgot, I can't remember the names at the top of my head, we're having, you know, it was a good conversation. A lot of the stuff that they were saying, I was like, okay, yeah, I could see, you know, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool idea, you know. Everything was fine until they talked about the live stream sequence, and I made videos on this. The live stream sequence, to me, a lot of people seem to misunderstand what exactly the live stream sequence is. I have made videos on it, and it still baffles me that people, you know, are trying to add more things to the live stream sequence When, one, they were never in the original. I understand, that, Rebirth is expanding and changing things, right? I understand that. I'm also not saying that they can't do anything, because I could definitely be wrong and they could add certain things to a life stream sequence. But the idea comes from, because someone mentioned this, is that, like, to us, because, for example, I'm a shipper, I really love Cloud and Tifa, they think that the only reason why people want the life stream sequence to stay the same is because of shipping reasons. Now, they didn't say it was entirely shipper reasons, but the idea that, like, only shippers care or want that life stream sequence to stay the same, to be like it was, just took me by surprise. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't argue. I didn't say anything. I just typed in the chat. That's where I disagree. But but whatever, right? You have opinions on it. You have your interpretations. That's perfectly fine. To me, I feel like that's so disingenuous to immediately just say no. No, the life stream sequence. It changing. It changing, or you not wanting it to change, is all shipper mentality. Is that one of the reasons why you don't want the life stream sequence to change or be expanded is because you want it to be specifically about Cloud and Tifa. But it shocked me, because I'm like, but that's, yes, it includes Cloud and Tifa, but it's not just a shipping moment. A lot of people seem to think that shipping doesn't matter, but there is something very specific about Final Fantasy VII, and that is romance plays a role in the actual story of Final Fantasy VII, but people seem to disregard it because they think, oh, it's just a romance subplot. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to the grander scheme of Final Fantasy VII, when that is not the fucking case. The entire live stream sequence is literally Cloud trying to find, the real him. And who is the real Cloud? The real Cloud is that kid who, had admiration, infatuation with Tifa when they were very little. The reason he became or wanted to become a soldier was because of the incident at Mount Nebel. He felt so responsible, and it tore him inside that he couldn't, save Tifa during that incident. That he wasn't strong enough. He wanted to be strong enough so that situation never happens again. He himself just, it shredded him. It tore him on the inside that he couldn't save her. And that comes from the feelings he has for her. So it's like, why are you disregarding that? Right? Why are you disregarding that emotion? Right? You're disregarding it. And literally, the OG showcases the live stream sequence as that moment where you find the real Cloud, and the real Cloud is there. You don't see Zack's death. You don't see Aaron's death in the OG live stream sequence. Why? Because they are not connected to the real Cloud. They are not. Everything that has to do with Zack, right, is about the soldier of Zack. And Cloud uses the soldier of Zack, that hero that Zack was, that hero that was to him. He took on that persona, the same persona as Zack did, mixed in with like bits and pieces of himself. And it's just like, that's why you only see that aspect of Zack. That, and also he was also there during the Nibelheim incident, which is one of the memories you go through in the live stream sequence. So it's like, people are trying very hard, or trying to expand the live stream sequence in part 3 to something much more grander. Like I said, that's what a lot of people who do theories like try to do. They try to make it grander when you should be simplifying it to a point where, like, You could add certain things, but not to the point where it just completely removes the essence, the very thing that the live stream sequence is about. Cloud's own self-identity and finding his real self. The real self, the real him that was infatuated with Tifa, that felt terrible, that wanted to become stronger, to make sure that something that happened at Mount Nebo to Tifa never happens again. He wanted to become a soldier to be stronger because it tore him on the inside. He wanted so desperately to be stronger. And the idea of becoming a soldier is because the soldiers were the strongest around. And that's why he wanted to become a soldier. It wasn't because of Sephiroth and heroism. Right? Yes, maybe he wanted to be like a hero to Tifa. Right? Tifa didn't push that ideology into him. What he really just simply wanted was to be strong enough so that the incident at Mount Nebo never fucking happens again. That's what Cloud's whole purpose of the live stream sequence was about. It's to find his real self, his self-identity, the very person and the reasons why he started this journey. Zack's death, Aerith's death are not part of that because those were situations that happened after, those events that you see in the live stream sequence in the OG. Those have no connection to the real Cloud. Right? Literally, Aerith says that she's trying to find a real Cloud. How would Aerith's death be in any way connection to Cloud's real self? It just doesn't make any sense to add like Aerith's death, Zack's death into it, because it doesn't really solve the main issue that is needed there, and that is the real Cloud. It doesn't solve it. It's supposed to be healing Cloud, not adding more things that have no connection to Aerith and Zack's death. It always baffled me, and it still baffles me that so many people think that they're going to expand the live stream sequence beyond that, when the live stream sequence isn't about Cloud, forgiving himself for what happened to Aerith. That actually happens in AC, right? That actually happens in AC. Because in AC, he still feels guilty over Zack's and Aerith's death. You're trying to fix it in the live stream sequence. That's not how. If the devs are linking it to AC, then you can't have that in the live stream sequence, right? The realization of like what happened with Aerith, and when Cloud figures out, and then you have the whole thing with him carrying her into the water. Do you know why we never see that? Because that essentially was separated in that whole thing that happened with Cloud not being able to save Aerith. Because we see two different versions where one Cloud thinks that he saved her, and the other one that he doesn't. That moment where we see Cloud slowly putting her into the lake and letting her fall into the water, I guarantee you, well, I can't say guarantee, sorry, I'm not going to say guarantee. My thought process is that actually happened. That actually happened, but Cloud doesn't believe that it did. The North Crater, when everything is finally revealed to Cloud, he's going to remember himself doing that. That moment, that scene, it did happen. But we don't see it because we're currently viewing Cloud's point of view. That's literally what also the dev said. That we are viewing what happened at the altar. What happened with Aerith. We're viewing it through a fractured mind of Cloud's. And I think a lot of people are not realizing that. And it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Actually, I could be wrong because who knows what the devs are going to do. Do I think that the possibility of them adding stuff to the live stream sequence is zero? No. I think there's always a possibility, but it just really doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. It really, really, really doesn't. There's just no real reason for it, because that realization of that Cloud couldn't save Aerith could literally be what destroys and breaks Cloud's mind. which is what happens in the North Crater. That will be actually the perfect time for it. Honestly, when people try to add stuff to live stream, they think it's interchangeable and not really understand the context how nobody else could help in that situation. Exactly, that too. The only one who can is Tifa. Because the memories that you see are the memories that Tifa also shares. Right? That's what you see in the OG. And Tifa's really the only one who knows what the real fucking Cloud is. She's the only one left alive from Nibelheim that knows who the real Cloud is. How is Aerith's death or Zack's death in any way connection to finding the real Cloud? There isn't. There really isn't. Because the real Cloud, the Cloud that, you know, is hiding inside his own subconscious, you know, him coming out is going to be affected by the memories he had as a kid before what happened, you know, with the incident at Nibelheim. Or, you know, after. Because at that point, he's full of macro poisoning. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing at that point. You know, what he's thinking at that point. It literally doesn't make sense for him to see Aerith's death or Zack's death in the live stream sequence and just pile on more to it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Because I think people are still under something they could choose Cloud personality to like Persona 5. I don't know if that's the case necessarily. Because I think people... And this is one of the things I know people actually do understand now, is that we are seeing the point of view of Cloud. So I don't think it's the idea that they think that they're under something they could choose Cloud's personality, because I think most people already understand that we're looking at Cloud and his fractured mind. Only some people tend to still think that they could choose Cloud's personality, right? But it's mostly for like a certain agenda purpose. I think at the end of the day, most people understand that Cloud's mind is really fractured. It is not healed. It hasn't been fully, completely damaged or like broken. That happens in part 3, like really early on in part 3. So, yeah, it's like I just feel like so many people just misunderstand the live stream scene, and they want it to be expanded, and it's so strange. It's so strange to me. But like I said, anything can happen. The devs could do almost anything to really like in part 3. Will I be upset? Not necessarily. It really depends on like how they handle it, right? It really depends on how they handle it, because if they handle it still poorly, and then maybe I might be a little upset. Because it is like one of their favorite fucking scenes in the game. But I think there's just such a huge misunderstanding of what the live stream sequence is. You know? And again, like I said, they want it to be grander when it should be simplified. And literally they're going to fall into the same trap they did from the ending of Remake. They were thinking of a much grander idea, like the multiverse, instead of simplifying it to exactly what Rebirth became. And that's why so many people were upset about it. So many people were upset about it because a lot of their theories were like, you know, immediate, just like... So that's why I'm like, don't think grander. Sometimes with theories, just think small. Just think simplified. Honestly, if they were anything, it might be what Zack is telling you what happened and go through a minute journey with Tifa help Cloud. My thought process on that, or at least my theory on that, is that I think what will happen is that Zack and Aerith are in the live stream, right? They're going to reunite at some point. What you can have is them fighting off the Sephiroth that's in the live stream, right? While Tifa's in Cloud's subconscious to trying to heal him. You could do that. You could definitely do that. You could definitely do that. But there's also one other point I should mention, which I forgot to mention before. There's a reason why only Tifa is shown in the live stream sequence in the OG. There's a reason why. Because the only way she's able to go in there, you know, into Cloud's subconscious, is if Cloud lets her. Cloud, I just do not see Cloud letting anyone in there except for her. Why? Because in the original OG livestream sequence, there are things that he is trying to hide that he doesn't want anybody to know, despite the fact that everybody seems to know what the fuck, Cloud's crush on Tifa, right? But he himself doesn't know that, or assumes they don't know, except for Yuffie, who kind of blurted it out, right? But like, yeah, like they know, but Cloud doesn't want them to actually really know, like deep down, how he actually really, really thinks about Tifa, right? And again, it doesn't happen in the light stream. Essentially, the light stream sequence. We call it that, but it doesn't happen there. They fall into the light stream sequence, but guess what happens? They go into Cloud's subconscious. We go inside Cloud's mind. Deep within his mind that he had locked away because of Genova's influence and all that, all that other stuff. So, yeah, like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not saying that people don't understand the life stream sequence in, like, at least a general sense of it. I think most people misunderstand exactly what it's supposed to be used for, what it's supposed to be done, what it's supposed to have. Or, like, what's the goal of the entire life stream sequence. Which is in Cloud's subconscious. Right? And, really, we only really go through the stuff that the real Cloud remembers. We don't really go through anything that, like, the Soldier Cloud goes through. That's why we don't see Aerith's death. We don't see Zack's death. Because we don't go through that, because that's not the real Cloud. That's not the subconscious where the real Cloud is. It's all about finding his self-identity, the real him. And the only way you can find him is if you go into the memories of what the real Cloud experienced and what caused him to create this soldier persona that he's currently, creating. You could have Zack and Aerith be in the live stream trying to hold back the Black Whispers and the live stream Sephiroth. You could have that, right? I think that would be pretty cool. A pretty cool way to add, into that, where they're protecting both Tifa and Cloud, while Tifa tries to heal him. I think that would be great, But they're not needed inside the actual live stream sequence, because that's his subconscious. Like, I wonder if people remember that the name of the place that they were in, actually, I believe it has a name. Let me double check. That's not what I needed. Where's the... Oh, Cloud Subconscious. Literally, they call it Cloud Subconscious. Right? So it's like... In the menu, the Japanese version of the is called that, although it's not possible to access the menu in this area. The name is also used in Final Fantasy VII Kaito Shinshu Complete, which is the minefield. What do you think that means? It means that they're in someone's mind, thus Cloud Subconscious. So, I really, I don't know. I feel like I'm just so baffled that, like, people think that the live stream sequence itself is going to expand in a way that just doesn't help Cloud at all. It really doesn't. It really fucking doesn't. But, that should almost be done. Well, at least until I have to change the filament. But yeah, that I was really floored, or like not floored. I shouldn't say floored. Floored is a much more like just completely baffled. But like I was just like confused that so many people want it to be a lot more because they have this grander idea of what they're trying to do instead of just simplifying it. You know? And then also the mindset that, you know, if you talk to shippers and what they tell you about the Lychee secrets, and it's literally, oh, you're just clouded by, you know, shipping goggles. I'm like, it baffles me. You want to know why it baffles me? Because shipping isn't about just shipping two characters together. It's about loving and studying and looking much more deeper into the two characters you are shipping. It's not just about wanting them to be together and their relationship, but it's studying the characters themselves. It's literally studying them. Power scalers do study the characters, but only their battle, you know, ability. Theory people, they study characters, but only if the story, if like their character in some form or way help their theory. But shippers tend to study the characters way more, I think, in a sometimes a very possessive way. So that's why I'm like, you cannot just disregard shippers as just, oh, you just have shipping goggles, or you know, you only want this scene because it supports your ship. Like, no, for the love of Christ, we are people. We theorize. We love the lore. We love the story. Just because we have, you know, a ship doesn't mean we cannot go toe to toe with you in terms of this stuff, right? We study the characters. We become obsessed with these characters, so we understand and study them so fucking much. Now, some people create headcanons and opinions of certain characters that are not necessarily true, right? That happens. Shipping wise, it can happen, especially if you try to create a headcanon of a certain character to try to use it for your ship. That's when it could get a little weird, right? But we study the characters, their motivation. We connect it to not only just the ship, but the story itself and how it connects, you know, to the story. We study characters way more than people realize. But people only think the only thing we care about the characters is how they work together, or like, you know, how they are meant for each other, or only think of, you know, characters in shipping moments. Like, oh, that's not how we. It's not how shippers do it. We study the characters because we love them, right? Power scalers study the battle and like the techniques and like how they could win in a fight against somebody. They don't think about like a character's personality. They don't think about like what the character's motivation and stuff like that. They just care about power levels and stuff like that. With people with theories, sometimes they do study characters, but for the most part, studying characters is second nature. What they study more is the story itself. And if something a character says or does connects to the story, that's what they focuses on. But the actual shippers study their characters so much. And that's where I feel like so many people don't understand, because they automatically just assume, you know, that we just think about how these two characters fit with each other, and we only care about, you know, these two characters when, you know, they're focused on each other. That's not how that works. That's not what we do. Right? Now, granted, there are some shippers who just focus on that, right? But that's the same thing with like power scalers and theory people. It's the same thing. Some of them focus on a certain aspect and don't care about other things, right? The bias people have with shippers is so weird to me, right? It's so fucking weird to me. I don't get it. I really don't. You know? I'm not saying it. I'm not saying this to, you know, give me a chance to speak with anybody, or like give, you know, myself a chance to, you know, talk about, theories and, Final Fantasy VII or just any sort of, like, even One Piece. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say. The point of what I'm trying to say is that there's a bias against shippers in essentially talking and discussing the actual story. Because they immediately disregard it. Sometimes they even allow power scalers to actually talk about the story itself too. But power scalers focus more on the battle aspects. Right? Yet shippers are immediately seen lesser. Because of, certain things that shippers do. I'm not gonna deny that certain shippers are fucking weird as hell, and they do certain things like send death threats, and accuse certain people who don't agree with their opinion, to hate certain characters, right? There are people who do that. There are shippers who do that. I'm not gonna deny that. But I think it's a bit hypocritical to say that about shippers when theory people and sometimes even power scalers do that too. I'm just saying. Like, look at all the times people were mad and upset and, said shit to authors because, oh, you killed my favorite character, no. Or like, oh, no, this is bullshit. My character's stronger than yours. Or like, no, this is bullshit. My theory was this. Why didn't you, do this theory and stuff like that? I'm like, there are those who do that. So it's just like, I don't know. I don't know Final Fantasy VII, especially on Facebook groups, we do end up fighting a lot, so that has an effect on how we are seen. No, of course. Shippers they do fight a lot. But so do power scalers. Theories don't necessarily, argue and fight a lot. Unless, there's completely two different ideologies that really, cause head-to-head situations. Arguing with theory people is not necessarily always a thing. It can happen. It's not necessarily always a thing, though. But power scalers fight a lot. Like, if you ever go to, like, a power scaling debate for any sort of, like, characters in the fandom, you see some fucking nasty-ass shit that happens in those discussions. Like, something, like, it gets rough. It gets really bad. And shippers, as well, do that. Sure, do shippers fight a lot? Yes. Right? We debate, we argue, we fight over, my ship is better than your ship, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. But again, it happens in every small portion of the community. Just because a small minority or like a few people do it does not mean you should, cause everyone to view shippers as bad. I get it. Shippers can be toxic. I'm not denying that. I never will, because that's exactly what happens. We do become toxic. But I don't know. To me, it's just an unfair bias. Because it can happen in the power scaling community. It can happen with people who do theories and, story, or people who focus on the story. It can happen. Maybe not as frequently as with shippers, but it can happen. And to try to prevent them from sitting at that table of those discussions seems to me like, you just think we only care and think about shipping, which is not the case. So, it sucks. It really does suck. I'm not gonna lie, it really does suck. That people immediately say, oh, well, you're a shipper, so your opinion doesn't matter. Oh, well, you're a power scaler. Your opinion doesn't fucking matter at all. Oh, what, you create theories? Well, I think your theories are not correct, and you're really stretching your theory. So I don't know why I should, talk to you about, Final Fantasy VII. See how easy it is to say stuff like that to you, to the people who do that. It's literally gatekeeping shippers from actually discussing the story, because immediately people think that, oh, you only care about these two characters and how the story can benefit you in your shipping. They do realize that shipping is one part of a community that you can be a part of. It shouldn't deny you from literally being in, those discussions. It shouldn't, but they make you feel that way, and it's just weird. It's just strange to me. Because I have talked to shippers. I have seen shippers actually have really good discussions of the story. And theorizing a lot of good things. Things that have nothing to do with ships. Or shipping. But we never get a chance to express that. Because we are never invited to that table. And we immediately are seen as biased. But guess what? Everyone has a bias. No one is fully neutral. No one truly is neutral. You can claim you're neutral all you want, but you have a favorite character. Translators do this a lot. Translators do have biases. And sometimes they translate something differently compared to, oh, this is saying something slightly bad about my favorite character. Let me switch it around a little bit so it doesn't look as bad. They do that. Or if there's a character they hate, they try very hard to translate it in a way that makes the character look bad. It happens. It's just weird that they only accuse shippers of doing that, you know? Like, I would love to be in a discussion with somebody. Or have a discussion with somebody who thinks the live stream will be expanded. You know, I would love to have a discussion with that someone. The problem is I really don't know how to, you know, initiate a conversation or something to like get somebody to have a discussion with about that. Like, I guess I could DM people, but DMing people just seems to me like something that like I'm like I don't want to bother people. I'm one of those people. They don't want to bother people, you know, because I feel like they're probably busy or like they probably don't want to talk to me about this stuff. So it's like But I would love to have discussions like this. I would love to have debates like this. We may not eventually agree on it, but, you know, there's nothing wrong with discussing this. That could also be part of my social anxiety as well, not wanting to, you know, branch out a little bit. So, that could definitely be part of it as well. I do have, like, really bad social anxiety. It's not like something I haven't worked on as well, but I don't know. Sandy, what is your hardest take on Final Fantasy VII? Like, what's your hardest take? And you have about like anything. Could even be a take on like part 3. Well, if you have any questions for me as well, you're more than welcome to ask that. I did have a talk with someone about that, and they were saying that Tifa shouldn't be the only one to help. That since Aerith is a sister, she could just take him to his mind and help him fix it. How? Whenever someone says that, or someone you know, talks about that, ask them how. Ask them how, and depending on their reasoning, you know, be like, but how does Aerith know what the real Cloud is like? How does Aerith know what the real Cloud, you know, who the real Cloud is? That's the thing. You need someone there that has to be the real Cloud. Who knows the real Cloud, I should say. You need someone who knows the real Cloud. Aerith literally says she never meets Cloud. And that's part of her tragedy. In part 3, if they decide to do something like that, honestly, it could work, but they have to write it in a way that it really fits and really, makes sense. You just can't throw her in there. Sure, you can do it in a way where it's just like, sure, you could put it in a way where it's just like, because she never meets the real Cloud, this is her chance to actually meet the real Cloud. But how does that help? They pretty much said her power would help and guide her to encourage Cloud to take his journey. There's a problem with this. Like I mentioned before. The event doesn't happen in the live stream. Yes, Aerith is a Cetra. And she will be in the live stream. But the events of Cloud finding his real self doesn't happen in a live stream. It happens in his mind. And the only one who could let people in his mind is Cloud. And Cloud will not let Aerith in. Not because he doesn't want to, but because he doesn't want Aerith to see his deepest, darkest thoughts. Well, not darkest, but like his deepest thoughts. It's literally one of the lines he says in the game. Thoughts that he doesn't want anyone else to see. Why would he let Aerith in there if those are things that he doesn't want Aerith to see? Good night, Graz. And guide her to encourage Cloud to take his journey? But she just did. The ending to Rebirth showcased that. She was telling him, like, you can do it. Unless you mean take the journey to, unless you mean the journey is to find his real self. Again, that's not what happens in a life stream sequence and why that would work. Aerith just doesn't have a place in the live stream sequence because of she doesn't know who the real Cloud is. So how could she help Cloud find his true self? Cloud has to let her in, but he probably would likely not because it has his most deepest thoughts and memories, which he doesn't want anyone else to see. But he allows Tifa in because I think the reason why is because she asked him for help, and the only way Cloud was able to help her at that time was bring her into, his subconscious, because he was there and told her that he would help because of the promise. It really makes no narrative sense for Aerith to go into the live stream. And it doesn't make any narrative sense with what the live stream sequence is for anyone else to be a part of it. I know people think Final Fantasy VII is, but it's not. People think that way because of the whole gold saucer thing, right? And then there's also people who think like, oh, well, Under the Highwind is going to be the same thing with like the gold saucer, where you get to, depending on like, who you bond with the most, you meet under the Highwind. That's not that I don't believe that will be a thing. Because the reason why Cloud and Tifa are the only ones under the Highwind is because they're the only ones who don't have anywhere to go. Nibelheim is gone. Midgard is gone. Where will they go? They don't have anywhere. Barrett goes to see Marlene. Yuffie goes back to Wutai. Sid goes back to Rocket Town. Vincent goes to wherever Vincent goes. They all go somewhere. They all leave somewhere to spend, their time with the person they want to spend with. Cloud and Tifa don't have anywhere to go. That's why they're the only ones who are there. That's what I mean when people suggest that, they're not thinking about the context of the Under the High Wind scene. Which is another thing, because people don't context, people. But, the context matters so fucking much. You can't just think of a scene and want to change it or add something to it by ignore the context of that fucking scene. It's the same thing with the live stream sequence. You're ignoring the context because you want something grander. You want to make it bigger. That's when you start getting disappointed when it doesn't come true. Literally, remake. People thought it was a multiverse theory. Guess what? It didn't happen that way. People were fucking upset. People were disappointed. Why were you disappointed? Simple. You were thinking on a much larger scale instead of just simplifying it. You want it to be something grander. You want it to be something bigger. And you want to be the one who finds out what they're trying to do, what the devs are trying to do. But when you do not, when you try to think too big, that's when you get disappointed. That is when you get disappointed. Just simplify everything. Simplify it. You can make it a little bit bigger, but don't make it so grand. That's what people try to do with remake, and essentially a lot of people were really upset that some of their theories didn't come true. The multiverse theory being one of them. The alternate worlds. Simplify it. Because most of the time, even Nomura, literally, he's not thinking as grand as so many people think Nomura is trying to do. He has his own writing style. He has his own, or even Nojima has, they have their own writing style and how they write certain things. To them, it's simplified. To us, it feels like, they're brilliant writers, but to them, it's simplified writing. And I think we need to, whenever we come up with theories, grander gets the engagement. So maybe that's why people do it. But if you simplify everything, you realize a much more smoother path. And you realize just from that, oh, maybe this theory will work. And guess what? Most of the time, the more simplified it is, the more right you tend to be. The grander you try to be, the more disappointed and the more wrong you are. That's the way I always viewed it. Right? And sometimes the grander you think, those theories could be right. But I think it's a very low percentage. The more you try to make it grander, the more likelihood it doesn't happen. Just simplify it. And always remember, context matters. Do not just look at a sequence, do not just look at a scene and think, oh, I know, they're going to expand this because of this, and that. And you only say that because you want it to be something grander. And you remove the context of what makes the life sequence important and what it is. Instead of simplifying it. Because you want something bigger. You want something grander. They pretty much wanted Eric to be Cloud support while he figures out the truth and wanted to guide him because they believe she could do it better than what they meant by journey. That's literally what Tifa is there for. Tifa's the only one who knows the real Cloud. How is Eric ever going to learn who the real Cloud is? And this person wanted this to make Advent Children obsolete. but the problem is you can't make it obsolete when the devs literally fucking said, I think it was Kitase who said it. They're linking it up to Advent Children. Was this person a shipper, by the way? Because the way they're viewing it seems to me like they're trying to do it, or trying to make this as it is, because they want it to be Cloud and Aerith. No, they don't really care about shit, but they think Tifa gets too much attention. Why do they think that? So they're just an Aerith fan, right? Then I'm assuming they're just an Aerith fan. I understand that. You know, I do get that. You want your favorite character to have more screen time. I get that. I really do. But but literally they talk about it so often that it's unfair, you know? But they have always thought of killing Aerith off. Well, not always. I shouldn't say always. They made a decision on it at some point during development. I shouldn't say always. At some point during development, they made the decision to kill her off. Right? I think people need to realize is that Tifa's role doesn't get resolved until the livestream sequence. But Aerith's role gets resolved literally during the when she prays at the altar, and when she summons the livestream to stop Meteor. That's her role. Right? That is her role. And I think until people realize what both Aerith's and Tifa's roles are, they're going to continue being disappointed when the thing that they want most doesn't happen. I do think Aerith will have a much bigger part in no, not much bigger. I should say, will have a part in part 3. But it will be connected to her travels in the live stream. Going to these strands of these worlds. You will get a Zack and Aerith reunion, because we finally get to see that reunion between them that we see in Advent Children, where they reunite as they talk to Cloud both times, and when Cloud sees them at the end. We never get to see that moment that they reunite in the live stream. We will see that in part 3. We will have similar to, you know how Zack stuff happened in Rebirth? That will probably be something similar that they will do in part 3 in that way. And then they'll probably more than likely be involved in a final battle in some way. They feel like Cloud and Tifa is getting forced, and it's not happening naturally because they don't understand why he abandoned Tifa and the kids if they're canon AC. Are you sure this person isn't Cloud and Aerith shipper? Because this is very much similar to what Cloud and Aerith shippers tend to say. Cloud and Tifa is not forced. They want him single? Why? Why? But what? Like, what? Why? This is, I swear to God, this is very simple. This is very similar to how people feel about Luffy, which is shocking, which always bothered me. But It's two different scenarios, situations. I understand the idea that people want their favorite character to have more of the spotlight. I get it. I get it. But at the end of the day, there's a reason that these characters exist. There's a reason what these characters will be able to do. And each character has a role. And I guess in terms of the play perspective, the tragedy is the same thing with Aerith, that she doesn't get to, continue living, that she dies, and, she's strung by and, taken hold by the fate. Right? With her as being a Cetra. But her death is needed to facilitate the live stream at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get the disappointment. I get wanting Aerith to have a much bigger role in part 3. But the problem you then have is you're trying to replace another character's role. That, in a way, kind of is slander in a way. Because it's like, you want to take away a character's role. You want to take away something a character does and a character's moments. And you're trying to give it to someone else. That's technically slander. Not in the. It's not necessary. It's not like fully, like full on slander at all. I'm not saying that. It's kind of slander because you're literally trying to remove a character's like role in the story. There's a headache talking to them. They believe the game is weird, like have Zack and Aerith get talked about, but then have Cloud and Aerith being shown just as sticking with Tifa. That's why they hate shipping. They believe the game is weird, like have Zack and Aerith get talked about, but then have Cloud and Aerith being shown just to stick with him. You mean the thing that happens in the OG? Like that's their relationship in the OG. Cloud and Aerith's relationship, I feel, I'm trying to find the right word to say here. I think Cloud and Aerith's relationship is highly misinterpreted. Some of that comes with the shipper mindset, of course. And Cody made an excellent tweet about it. Cloud is allowed to have other characters, other female characters, and be friends with them. Just like any guy is allowed in the world to have female friends. Doesn't mean that the guy is interested in the girl. Doesn't mean that, the guy wants to so-called, do something with a girl. Or is only there because she's a girl, or anything weird like that. People are allowed to have female friends, and a lot of the times people misinterpret those relationships because it's really just unbelievable that a guy can't have a female friend unless they're trying to date them, they're trying to be romantic with them, like every sort of relationship, no matter what it is, any sort of relationship, always, the core of it is friendship. So it's just very weird that some people think that way. Hi Sue, how are you? How are your streams? I've been trying to catch some of your streams, but like anytime you start streaming, I'm either, actually most of the time lately it's been, oh, Sue streaming, but I'm trying to go to sleep, I'm tired. Yeah, it just the whole time zone stuff sucks. You know, because I try very hard to catch the streams, but like they always happen like at 5:30 in the morning, 5 a.m. in the morning, and I'm just like, I literally have to go to sleep. I'm fucking tired. Time zones suck. But hopefully you're doing well. You're doing good? Nice. I'm glad you're doing well. It's all good. My stream schedule has been very inconsistent these days too, so it's okay. I've been trying to catch so many people's streams, but like, there's just so many people. Are you printing something? Yes. I am printing this. The Nami wink from the most recent chapter. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. The thing you're seeing right now, right below me is my 3D printer, yes. It's the A1 Bamboo Mini. It is considered the best... It's considered the best, beginner 3D printer you can get. It costs like $200. It's relatively cheap. Oh, I think it's telling me to change the filament. Alright, finally. Time to change the filament, baby. Well, let's go. Can that print figurines as well? If you have like a file, it can. You know, you just need to get the right you just need to get the right filament color. But I don't have the one where you can use multiple colors. Because that's like an attachment that you could buy. I don't have that attachment, unfortunately. At some point I hope to get it. But yeah, but essentially you can. You just need the model. You just need the actual file. And then you could do it if you want. You could definitely print figurines. Speaking of which, I do have an idea for my next 3D printer thing. 3D printer race stream. I do have an idea for it. I just have to get everything set up for it. So I don't know when I'll be able to do it, but I do have an idea that it's pretty cool. Versus Oh my fucking god. This thing's all weirded out. But how have you been, Sue? Like, what have you been up to? You been doing anything cool? Ugh. No, just a bunch of real stuff. I moved to a different place, so I had to get settled in. Gotcha, yeah. Moving can be such a bitch. I have to move in my lifetime like 4 fucking times. It's fucking, it sucks. Yeah, big pain, yeah. Yeah. What's funny is that the day that the One Piece opening fight together came out or was released, I remember that day was I think not the last move but the move before that I had. Whenever that song came out, like the official song came out, that's the day I remember was one of the big moves that I had to move from one place to another. Pretty cool. It's funny to think because it's literally my favorite opening. And I remember when I found out that it was fucking official release, I literally had to download it and just fucking went to sleep like 3 hours prior to the move, and then woke up in 3 hours and felt like shit because I really wanted to get the song before we had to move. It was something, alright. I agree with you, Dane. They really don't like Final Fantasy and love stories confusing and bad writing. They believe it's worse than Final Fantasy 15, and Cloud deserves to be alone because of his personality. Cloud, what the fuck? Oh my god. I hate that so fucking much, man. You have no idea how much I hate the idea that a character, because of like their personality or like who they are, they cannot fall in love with somebody. It's the very same thing some people have against like any sort of Luffy ship, because they see him as asexual, aromantic, or ace or anything like that, and they just think that, oh, I cannot see Luffy in a relationship or anything like that, and that, you know, Luffy should be alone. And it's just like, why would you want that? Like, why do you think Luffy can't like fall in love or like, you know, be romantically interested in somebody? You know? It's like, oh, man, I guess that's something we could discuss for a little bit before we move over to One Piece. Let me just, no, wait, no. Shit. Cancel. Oh, man. How do I cancel this? Alright. Fuck. God damn it, I pressed the wrong button, so now it's doing something weird again. I pressed the wrong button. But yeah, it's like, fuck. You know, I always been bothered by that idea that Luffy can't fall in love. Like, come on, man. What do you mean? Like, oh, God. And because someone has a fucking certain personality, believe that they shouldn't? Like, okay, question. What kind of personality do you think Cloud has? Because that is such a weird statement to make for someone like Cloud. Like, what do they think Cloud's personality is? So that thing is almost done. I'm gonna leave it continuing printing. I'm gonna go use the bathroom though. I need to use the bathroom for a bit, but let me just wait until this thing's over. And this thing's ready. But like, definitely answer the question, and then and then we'll discuss it a little bit more. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Just gonna remove this. I'm back. Sorry about that. Bathroom break. Okay, but yeah. Like, how? I still don't understand that. I really don't. But as I was saying before, this idea. I honestly think there are CA but don't want to admit it, or they hate Final Fantasy VII because they say the story is missing what? It's misleading when it comes to romance with Cloud, Tifa, and Zack, and it be the main reason for the shipping war. I will say this: the devs definitely are approaching like the marketing in terms of the remake project to be enticing for shippers. You know, they definitely are doing that. They mentioned something about that. A little bit in one of the interviews. They didn't explicitly say shipping. They talked about trying to create discussions, and they're choosing what to do with certain events based on that discussion. Where they want you to think, they want you to keep talking about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, right? And they're making these choices so that you can continue thinking about it even long after you beat the game. So there is definitely something there, and that essentially tells me that they are, like, on purpose doing that with the shipping community and trying to sway both ways. And then they'll eventually come to a decision in Part 3 on what they want to do, which is likely going to be Cloud and Tifa more so than Cloud and Aerith. But I don't know. Misleading when it comes to romance. It's only misleading because they have, like I said, they haven't been really clear cut on what they wanted to do, or like what they're trying to portray, and that's how you got the whole thing, the whole debate with Cloud and Tifa fans and Cloud and Aerith fans, where Cloud and Aerith fans have been for months talking about how the kiss scene in the gondola scene in the gold saucer is optional. That's like their reasoning as to why it's still anyone's game. And then what happens in the dream world stuff, they think that's a win for them, and that Cloud and Aerith love each other because of what happens there. So there is some logical reasoning for that the devs themselves are kind of misleading a little bit. But I think the moment they mention about the affinity system and how the events of the gold saucer, those events that you see for each character, when they mention the mere fact that it's not player choice, but it is depending on which character you get, you are experiencing how Cloud will act or feel about that certain character during the gondola scene. I think that's when you have to realize they are not trying to be coy. They're not trying to trying to pretend or trying to mislead people. Because if that is the case and they had literally Cloud and Tifa kiss, that kind of shows you what they are leaning towards. Now that's where, the whole optional stuff from the from Cloud and Aerith, from the Clarence side came from, right? It's optional. They didn't really kiss because I didn't see it in my playthrough. When the reality is that it doesn't matter if you didn't see it in your playthrough. The reality is that that is a thing that can happen. That doesn't mean it's optional. That doesn't mean it's not real, because at the end of the day, Cloud's feelings and how he will act depending on who you go with, that is real. That is real, and they have essentially said that. But the idea that Cloud should or deserves to be alone because the devs are misleading people, that just seems off to me. That seems like someone who is, I don't even know what my first thought is that's the type of person who just wants Cloud to be alone because to spite shippers in general, right? But the thing that they're missing from that is that the infatuation and the romantic undertone between Cloud and Tifa is very important to the story, because that's what leads and how it happens in a live stream sequence. And I think people wanting to change the live stream is to try to prevent that being a thing with shipping and stuff like that. I just don't agree with this idea that based on a character's personality, they have to be alone. Same thing with Luffy. People, for some strange reason, believe that Luffy cannot be in any relationship because of who he is. They are essentially making him appear to be like a child. They're I forgot what the word is called, but they're making him seem like he's a kid who has no emotional connection, who has no emotional value, who doesn't understand romance, who doesn't understand sex, and all that stuff, when it has been shown in the story where he does know these things. He knows what a wedding is. He knows what marriage is. He rejects a character who's asking him to marry Boa Hancock and even Lola from Thriller Bark. He knows what marriage is. He has rejected them because he understands what it is. In Whole Cake Island, he talks about smooching. He talks about kissing. He knows what kissing is. Luffy does stupid shit. I'm not saying he doesn't. He's like the smartest person in the world.
but he has that emotional intelligence and just normal intelligence that people overlook or try to remove from him because they think he's a freaking child. Part of that is Toei's fault, so a lot of the blame goes to them. But it's just like, it's so strange to me that people want to see Luffy alone just because they personally don't see Luffy ever being in a romance. Like, what the fuck? Oh. It's always has baffled me, you know? Right? Even the people who believe that Luffy's asexual. A lot of people seem to mistake what asexuality is. Asexuality doesn't mean that they cannot fall in love or be in any sort of relationship. A lot of people think that asexuality means, oh, Luffy cannot fall in love or be in a relationship. When in reality, asexuality is about the lack of sexual sexual reasoning, or, you know, using sex as a barometer for, you know, romance. They're just not interested in someone with sexual attraction. They don't. Why? Because sexual attraction is not the only way you can write romance. So many people think that unless the character has the hots for somebody, or showcases that, you know, any sort of, like, you know, sexual reasoning for, you know, or has like some sort of like sexual interest in another character, that's the only way they could ship somebody. No, that's not the only way. Yes, some people could just simply be sexually attracted to somebody, but that's not what. But asexuality is just someone who just doesn't care about that, who has no interest in the sexual attraction to somebody, but they could be interested emotionally, romantically, or any other way for somebody. That does not negate Luffy from ever falling in love. It does to you because you don't really understand what asexuality is. Speaking to the people who says he's asexual, aromantic is another thing, right? Aromantic is another thing. It's essentially just a lack or sense of romance, right? Right. But that doesn't mean they can't, you know, be in a relationship as well. You know, they just don't really understand romance. They don't really like have a romantic bone in their body or view relationships in a romantic way. You know, they literally could also be people who just have, you know, a sex drive, who only cares about, you know, sexual attraction to somebody, right? But they don't fall in love or have a romantic like feelings for a person, but they could still have sex, essentially, right? But they could still be sexually attracted. That still doesn't negate them from ever being in a relationship. It makes it a little bit tougher. It makes the relationship a little weird, a little strange. You know, not that they're weird or strange, but like just, you know, trying to be with somebody could be a little weird, you know, when you're trying to be with somebody. But that does not negate relationships, right? It just doesn't. And so many people seem to be confused by that. Luffy's also been hinted at by Oda himself that he's a normal guy with normal interests, right? The reason why he didn't, you know, go nosebleed or anything when he saw Hancock's naked body is because, what the hell? You know, is because he's interested in a woman's naked body, but he's not, you know, he's not going to act like Sanji does with nosebleeds. He's not going to go, oh, you know, ahooga, you know, that kind of stuff. He's not. That's just not who Luffy is, right? The only times he actually ever does it is with Nami. Of course, there's the famous answer from Usopp, right? But I think a lot of people seem to also not understand exactly what Oda was saying in regards to that.
he was saying that, the bad side of Luffy comes out. That literally tells you that Luffy does have a bad side. That Luffy does have a side of him that could make him go like that with nosebleeds and go, crazy for somebody. He does have that side. So him not having any sort of like sexual bone in his body is also false. Because literally he does. And Usopp, for some strange reason, being around him brings that out. Right? Whenever he looks at a female body. If Usopp was with Hancock, probably the same thing would happen. Right? Probably would, because like they said, Usopp tends to, bring out the bad side out of Luffy in those situations. And I think that's where a lot of people are also confused about that whole thing. So yeah, it always bothered me that people think that Luffy would never be with somebody. It just always baffled me. It really did. It's like you're essentially saying that he cannot fall in love, he cannot, be normal, he cannot just, express, just being with somebody romantically, or just being with somebody for the rest of his life in that way, right? I said normal, but that kind of stuff is just like, I didn't mean anything like weird by it, but because I know there's a lot of people who are like, who would feel like a little bit offended by that, which I didn't mean at all. Just, yeah. True, because he was real confused about Eric's final date and felt like it was misleading. And why did that guy have to say they look like a funeral instead of a happy couple? Where in CCR the kid said Zack and Eric make a good couple. Literally, you just, like, literally, that's literally the reason. That's literally it. Like, if you said that to any person who isn't really a Final Fantasy fan, Final Fantasy VII fan, or cares about, any of the ships, if you said that to anyone like that, who do you think, what kind of inference do you think people get from that? Cloud and Aerith go on a date. A guy says they look like they're attending a funeral. Zack and Aerith go on a date and they look like make a good couple. Who do you think that person would be like, oh, okay, so Zack and Aerith are a thing? I think you hit the nail on the head when you said he hates shipping and wants to troll. I mean, it's very possible. I don't know. I don't know who this person is, so who knows? I don't know. But, like, usually when people don't like shipping in general, they try very hard to find any sort of reason to make it seem like shipping is bad. Shipping is like a hated thing, so it's weird. I don't. It is what it is. Like I said earlier in the stream, like, people have a bias towards shippers where they view them as lesser intelligently whenever discussing story stuff. Not saying they're calling people stupid, but essentially they believe that they don't deserve or like should be in the conversation because they're more biased than any other person who consumes the same media. And that is not the case. Because there are people who love characters so much that, like, their bias shows. For example, like what we've been talking about, it seems like that person has a huge bias against with Aerith, that they want to see more Aerith. That's a bias for Aerith. That's not looking at it objectively and neutral. That person wanting more Aeriths or having a bigger role for Aerith shows that they have bias for Aerith. And of course everyone has certain favorite characters, right? Right? Everyone could love a favorite character. At the end of the day, though, trying to eliminate a character's story and, like, roles is where that's literally something you should not do, because that's essentially trying to get rid of a character you don't favor. But yeah. So I think that should be enough for Final Fantasy VII. We could start talking about One Piece 1128. So we could discuss it. I'll put it up. I'll pull up the. I can't pull up the chapter here, because I'm also on YouTube, so I can't do that. But I will put it up over here on this screen, and then we could talk about the chapter. Oh, the new Hunter x Hunter is out. I'm glad for Hunter x Hunter fans. Alright, so we have the so I guess we'll start off with we have a Shonen Jump cover art of Luffy in a very unique style. This is, I think, the very same style that Oda used to draw Nami a while back, where it was like a really completely different style. It's more like his more realistic, I guess. I'm trying to see if I can find it. This one. It's drawn in a much very similar, not necessarily the same, because Luffy's looks more like his manga style. Come on, there we go. But yeah, he essentially kind of used the same style, or at least the same coloring, for the cover of Shonen Jump of Luffy on the cover. So that's literally what that looks like. That's pretty cool. Actually, let me change the music. There we go. Welcome, Nicaraguan. Hello. We just started talking about One Piece, the new chapter. Alright. Hey, Tropic. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Tropic, how's it going? How are you doing? Oh, you just came in time. We're about to go into the chapter. Oh, boy. We're going straight in there. So we're up to the color spread. I'm doing well, though. How are you doing? So we have a Harry Potter themed color spread. We have the Straw Hats being wizards. We have a big ass dragon. It seems like they're playing with the dragon, or like it's trying to escape the dragon. Luffy, of course, being the weirdo, like he was with swords. He's not riding the broom correctly. And then, of course, Frankie had to customize his own fucking vehicle broom. That's pretty cool. Sanji standing on his broom, Usopp yelling at him, very strong-rolled-esque looking shot. Brooke and Chopper having no idea how to ride their broom. That's fantastic. And then Robin, who's wearing glasses. That's hot. That's sexy. And she's the only normal one driving. She's the only normal person driving the broom. Actually, you know what? Shit. Of course, immediately as soon as I click on TCB, I get a fucking pop-up with a fucking porn site. Oh yeah. This is why you shouldn't show TCB on fucking stream. Jesus. I could show this. So this is the color spread. Like the color spread you could show. I mean, I don't think the color spread has ever been an issue. But yeah. Drunk as hell was all I can say. Oh. Yeah, I get you. I know why. I meant my rooster? What? You meant your rooster? What the hell? What does that mean, your rooster? Okay, so the start of the chapter, we see Sanji and Nami. Sanji's carrying Nami. Too many dudes for this to be a dream, and Nami's like, what kind of dreams are you having? And then he says, in that case, Nami-san, let's fly. She screams as they fall down. Careful, this place is falling apart. I woke up on the other end of town. That is Zoro, I think, talking. I heard a noise and followed it till I found this goof beating up a big rabbit. You could have taken the cat lion thing, right, Usopp? They look so disappointed in Usopp. Yeah. Oh, it really had me in his mouth when I came to. I totally lost my cool. Come on, Usopp. This is supposed to be your art. Come on, man. Come on, Usopp. What the fuck? Sorry. So I guess the first thing I should talk about is this, because it is shipping related. So I'm going to discuss this because I know there are people in the Sanji Nami community definitely going to be discussing this. Definitely is like they're celebrating this, right? And they're celebrating most of the chapter. I already read through the chapter, so I'll just talk about it briefly about these points about the chapter. You know, I'm glad they got something. You know, they got something in the chapter. They should, you know, they're them celebrating is, you know, normal. They should. You know, they got something. You know, after who knows how long. I can't even think of the last time they got something. So yeah, celebrate it. If you're a Sanji Nami shipper, celebrate this, man. You have every right to celebrate this. I will just say this because this is always important to understand. Context matters in any sort of like in any sort of theory, in any sort of discussion, shipping wise. Context always matters. You should always be aware of context. And from what I've seen in the chapter, right, like these are moments you can definitely celebrate, but you have to understand the context behind the certain scenes. And this is also very, very much the case for Luffy Nami shippers, Zoro Robin shippers, you know, any type of shippers. Context is always fucking important whenever you want to use something as evidence for your ship. It's always important, right? When the Luffy Nami lap pillow came about, you know, it was a great moment for Luffy Nami shippers, right? The context, however, is that, you know, this is not necessarily the first time Luffy has ever been, you know, or laid his head on a lap, or Nami being close to somebody like this, right? Essentially, context matters, and the context for me in that situation is that Nami was worried about, you know, a crew member. That's the same thing that happened when she was worried about Zoro when he was heavily injured, you know, and all that stuff. That's the thing that happens. You know, she does that. She's very caring. She cares about her friends, and if one of them is severely hurt, she would be there, you know, to try to, you know, help them in any way she can. That's essentially the context of the Luffy Nami lap pillow, right? For me, the reason why I enjoyed it is because it was essentially a pattern that continued into that, where, you know, she's constantly worried about Luffy. We've seen it constantly throughout Egghead, where she asks about Luffy's whereabouts, where she asks about Luffy, and, you know, that context led to that, where she, you know, still is worried about Luffy's condition as we see him, like, be an old man, right? There's that context. In this situation, in here, the problem that I personally don't have with these moments, and I said, like, definitely celebrate. If you think this is a win for you, go for it. To me, the context, and whenever I do anything shipping wise or think about shipping wise, you know, whenever I ship any sort of character, is how do the characters themselves respond in that situation, right? In this situation, like literally the first panel, we see Sanji talking about a dream scenario or a dream that he, you know, thinks about. You know, if this was a dream, there would be no men. Essentially, what he's saying is that he only dreams of, you know, dreams of just women. You know, wherever situation he's in, the only thing he dreams about is women, right? And Nami showcases a little, you know, she has this look on her where it's just like, what the hell are you talking about? That is, what are you talking about, you know? That is significant because that's the context of what you're having, right? And it's just, the expression she has is just like, she's like, what the hell are you talking about? You're being weird when you say that, right? But it does mean that Nami does, you know, trust Sanji in certain situations when she needs help, because it definitely does seem like she's injured, so Sanji is there to help her. God damn it. Sorry. You know? And Sanji, being the type of person he is, will definitely help Nami in any sort of way. So, that is the positive of the situation. The negative of the situation is that she has this look of being a little weirded out by what Sanji said and what Sanji actually said, right? But she's still fine with him, holding her as he leaps over. That's that's a perfectly reasonable thing to at least, celebrate if you are a Sanji Nami fan. And then you also have later on where, she's on his back as he is carrying her, into, as they continue traveling, to wherever they're going, right? And, that's also a great thing for you. Sanji Nami fans can also celebrate that because Nami, again, is comfortable with, Sanji carrying her. The context, however, is that this isn't the first time Nami has ever asked someone or any of the Straw Hats to help her get to other places, to help her get, put her on her back and then go forward, right? Because you had it with Zoro in Alabasta, you had it with Luffy in Drum Island. She rides on Jinbei's back, she rides Chopper wherever she goes. She's essentially kind of like a princess who gets carried around by whoever, is nearby who's willing to do so. Sanji, being, Sanji who he is, will do that, with no problems. He will gladly be, that person who will help Nami get to wherever she needs to go, especially when she's injured or whenever she asks, right? So, again, that's the context that I'm seeing. So it does seem a little like a negative for it, but I think the positive of at least her being comfortable enough where she's not grossed out by Sanji not, being able to carry her is a win in that regard. So, yeah. So I think that's essentially, why I think, while it is, can be seen and be celebrated as a win for Sanji Nami fans, at the end of the day, the context is you have to pay attention to the context, how the characters are reacting, and that's what matters in terms of the way Oda is presenting his manga. You cannot look at a panel, and this is the same thing for the Luffy Nami lap pillow. You cannot look at the panel and just assume that is something that Nami only does, for anybody else in the Straw Hat crew, right? The Luffy Nami lap pillow, I don't believe she has ever given a lap pillow to anybody, so Luffy will be the first. But she does show worry, and she does, is one of the few people who goes to any injured Straw Hat or any knocked out Straw Hat, and is at least standing by them, like the way she was by next to Zoro, right? You see that in Thriller Bark, so that's where the context kind of goes against Luffy Nami fans, like myself. So it's that's where the context kind of right? But it's still something that she only has ever really done, right? For Luffy. That's what the win of that situation is. Right? In this situation, it's very similar. The win is Nami is perfectly fine of having Sanji carry her around, in any way, shape, or form. But the context is that she's still not showing any sort of interest in the way that you would want her to be showing interest in the way he's doing it. When he's carrying her down from the castle, you see her disgruntled look. You see that she doesn't have a blush or anything like that. She sweat drops as if what is this guy fucking talking about? He's carrying me and thinking about dreams of where he only dreams about women. That's where the negative is in the context of what she is saying. Right? And then later on, when they find Chopper, she no longer asks Sanji to help carry around because now she has Chopper. So, yeah. And then you also have other moments in the chapter where it showcases her disgust with certain other things, like when she hits Sanji, when he talks about the glass mirror thing, right? Where she's still disgusted by what he tried or thought about doing, with the one-way glass mirror. In the end, though, if you're a Sanji Nami fan, celebrate. You're free to celebrate, because at the end of the day, shipping, you could ship whoever you want. Celebrate, be happy. Just remember that context still matters in this situation. But yeah, you can still celebrate. There's no reason for you at all to not celebrate this, right? But this isn't something new. This isn't something that completely changes the game in terms of shipping wise, or I guess you could say in the shipping war. It's just a moment that you could celebrate, but it doesn't change or does anything to shift in one direction or another, right? It's similar to the Luffy Nami Lapo. It doesn't really shift too much, right? It was a cute moment. It was something that she has showcased before, so that's why it's just like both moments don't really shift in any direction at all. But we'll see if Oda decides to move towards or do something where it does shift. We'll see. But it really doesn't do much shifting in one way or the other, right? It really doesn't. But really, the positive you can get from this is that Nami is fine with Sanji carrying her around. But, she's not always thrilled about it, especially if Sanji says shit like that. Okay. So I guess that's the shipping portion of the One Piece chapter I want to talk about. Whether, if you want to argue and debate about it, I'm perfectly fine. Just be civil about it. I'm more than happy and welcome to be more civil in shipping discussions. Just, that's all I ask, really. You could just be civil. At the end of the day, I'll never call you out for anything. I will never say you're dumb for shipping it. I'm just literally gonna give you my most neutral way possible. And I know that's hard to understand, because if you've seen this channel, you know that I'm more of a Luffy Nami fan. But I don't mind talking about other ships like Sanji Nami. I don't mind, right? And I will never tell you that you can't really, not celebrate something like this, because you can. At the end of the day, that's what shipping is. Celebrate the moments that you get. That's what's most important. So anyway, let's move on. Usopp is so disappointing for me. So far, Usopp in the first two chapters of what we presume is Elbaf just seems like he's just being played as the jester again. So it just feels like Zoro and Luffy being disappointed in the way he was acting just seems like it's very rare for Oda to write it that way, because they usually never really care, right, how Usopp is. But him, I think that would lead later on to something, because it could lead to something later on. That disappointment could be something that could motivate Usopp to do something else. It's not a big deal, but Crash House been doing too much. Oh, I see. The 3D printer's going wild over there. Yeah, but hopefully you're still fine. Tropic. Hopefully you're still fine. So let's see. Here's where I'm at. Our threads resemble what the warriors of Elbaf always wearing, but there's no way they have clothes that fit us. We're talking about an island of giants after all. Let's say this is Elbaf. Could it have been gigantified? Then again, this tree is definitely fake. So I think this was Moore's that, wire, I don't want to say prison, because I don't know if this is like a prison. It's like a fantasy world. Maybe because the title of the chapter is called RPG, right? Maybe it's their version of a video game. I don't know. Based on what we've seen in the chapter, my video of the video game stuff doesn't seem like it's plausible anymore. I just noticed has there ever been any changes with she does have the sword. She does have the sword. Does she have a sword there? She does. Luffy has the axe. Luffy still doesn't have a straw hat. It's likely that it's under the Viking helmet, based on like this shot right here. So it's likelihood that that Oda did have a bunch of errors there in the last chapter, which sucks a little bit to think that there's so many errors that, like, you know, people didn't catch. My only guess for a reason for that is because he didn't have the time to like check over and change certain things once they were running out of time. That's my assumption at this point. That it's not that he's getting old or anything like that, because seeing in this chapter doesn't seem like there's that many, you know, things are different. So it's likely that it was just a deadline thing, you know, where he just didn't have time to make the changes, and, you know, he was rushing and he made certain mistakes. I think that at the end of the day is what happened. Now, there could still be, you know, it could still be an illusion. It could still be an effect of the Green Fairy. So I wouldn't put it past that it could be that, right? I don't know. It just, he's not that old. 40s, so he's not old, you know. So that's the only reason why I think there were mistakes in the last chapter, is that he had to rush. He had to rush the chapter. But now, the way so epic. This is such a wide open set, but I can't feel any weird. It's eerie. No win. That to me as a Nami fan is very interesting, because like very rarely do we hear Nami talking about like wind. Like, it's been so long since Nami made any references to like wind and stuff like that, right? So it's like interesting. Granted, she's in like there in like a goddamn toy box or whatever it is, like an RPG setting like area. Like a, similar to, like, I guess the Lego movie? You know what? This kind of does remind me of the Lego movie. Now that I think about it. It's very, very similar to the Lego movie. Not about, like, master builders and stuff like that, but, like, little version where you see Will Ferrell come down the steps to his entire Lego masterpiece that his son was playing in, right? It reminds me a lot like that. That is a situation similar to that. It's so, like, it would fit. It, because you have the Lego pieces, like, it could very well fit the Lego movie in a lot of ways. And you have, like, the kid is the one who, like, is fantasizing all the stuff that happens in the Lego movie. And then you see at the end of the movie where, you know, the son and the dad and the kid are now playing and creating their own story within that Lego world. Those I keep forgetting what I don't know what they're called. But like, yeah, I think this might be sort of like a reference to the Lego movie, if I'm being honest, in terms of like that portion of it. This is such a wide open space, but I can't feel any wind. Don't fear, Nami-san. I'm here for you. Something's coming, huh? Wait a minute. Yeah, that's gross. Hello there. Oh man, a grasshopper. That's so cool. You must be newcomers. So we go back to the situation in Jaya when we learned that both Nami and Sanji are afraid of bugs. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Although, didn't in Strong World... Yeah, didn't Sanji face like a giant bug monster in Strong World? Then again, Strong World isn't canon, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But like, yeah, he also has a fear of bugs. Keep that bug away, Hoy old timer. This guy looks like a interesting. those tattoos remind me of someone else. Someone else had like similar tattoos or like a similar spot of where these tattoos are. I can't really remember. Was this Sasaki? The Tenryo, one of the not the Tenryo Beatles, the Kaido's crew, like he's very similar to Sasaki, I'm not gonna lie. It was very similar to him. You must be newcomers, not keep that bug away. Who are you, old timer? What is this place? Do you know where your crewmates are? That's a lot of questions. My apologies, I'm in too much of a rush to stay in chat. Just remember, this vast land belongs to the sun God. Even the big Stein castle which I help maintain is the domain of deities like the great Iskat. Oh, someone lives there? No, a cat. Oh, I'll bet we kind of whooped that. To put it simply, this is the land of gods. Now then, I must be out. The needle guard must be starving right now. All that uproar over the ear god really delayed me. If you're hungry, head to town for some food, fodder rations. I love this goddamn, like, this is showcasing very pre-time skip level of adventure for the Straw Hats. And I think part of the reason why it gives you that feeling is because for most of post-time skip, aside from Fishman Island, and a little bit like the beginning half of Punk Hazard, we didn't really have that sense of freedom, that sense of an adventure that the Straw Hats usually would experience pre-time skip, where they go to the next island, and then they don't know where they're exactly going, but they don't have really like a main goal. They're just free to go to the next island and go on these adventures, similar to how like after Alabasta we go, them going on a new adventure where they have no mission, not really any real goal when they go to like the next area. And that is that sense of freedom and adventure that they really haven't had post time skip. And that's why, for me at least, that's why this feels like a pre-time skip era type of chapter, type of moment for them, right? Because most of post time skip, we had a goal, like they had a goal, a mission of where they need to go, stop, essentially the big goal is to stop Kaido, right? They stopped Doflamingo because, Doflamingo was supplying him with smile, fruit, and all that stuff. They all had a goal between there and there. Even going to WCI, Luffy had a goal, and that was to bring Sanji back. Now we don't have, like, a mission, a goal that the Straw Hats are going into. Now you have that freedom, that sense of adventure you get when they went to Jaya and Skypiea, where they're going on this grand adventure in this new location and just exploring it. I think that's why it feels so much like a pre-time skip arc. Why it feels so much of like old school One Piece, because that's essentially what it is. You getting that freedom of adventure that people love so much a pre-time skip One Piece. That's why people love it, and I think that's the reason why. It is though that apparently all the animals that they took care of in the castle were all considered gods to whoever these people are. and Usopp trying to shut Luffy up, and everyone else is just doing like the fucking face. You have Nami, biting her lip, lower lip, and then them doing the whistle thing. That is fantastic. That is something I really love about like pre-time skip One Piece, when they act silly like that. Even Zoro's acting silly. That is great. Also, he does warning, do not follow this road. The rabbit gardens protect the sun god's temple beyond the point. No one's ever ventured past there and returned to tell the tale. That wording, take it back before Luffy. The moment Luffy hears anything about like, don't go there, it's dangerous, or like, you can't go there because, someone is protecting you, or there's someone there who's, who's like a tough person or something like that, right? And Luffy's just like, he bolts. And Nami's just like, no, please don't say it like that, god damn it. Yeah. Nami definitely knows Luffy a lot. And Usopp as well. Usopp would have been also the one who would have done the same thing. Thanks a lot, Gramps. Sorry about all this. And of course, the sorry about all of this is the thing I'm printing right now. Let me show you. That is the panel I'm talking about. That she's so sorry about all this. And the guy is blushing and has a heart. Oh, well. Because like she knows what Luffy's going to do. She knows how much chaos Luffy's probably going to unfulfill. So it's just like, oh, well, going to say sorry now because really messed up. So that's point. Don't you ever think things through? Don't you, like that? I find that funny because like Sanji doesn't even think a lot of things through, especially when it comes to like female characters. Like he would rush in to save a female character even though it's like the bad thing to do, similar to like what happened in Wano, where he rushed towards like Black Maria without thinking properly, right? So it's kind of like it's still funny. This place reeks of adventure. As I said, the reason why it feels pretty much like pre-time skip is because it feels like an adventure. Usopp yells at him, "Didn't you hear him? Rabbit Guardians, gods." Well, you beat most of them. You beat the Needle God. You beat the, thing. Like, why is like? That's one of the things I'm like. I get it. Usopp's supposed to be most human, but like, you've seen and know like what these guardians and gods are supposed to be. These these animals. So like, you could take care of them. This is your chance to prove yourself. You should be able to handle just some giant animal. But it is what it is. So hopefully, hopefully this is Oda showcasing more of like Usopp being a little bit still like fearful, not fearful, in fear a little bit. Hopefully that like moves something where like it finally shows Usopp's bravery. I think that would be pretty cool. Hold up, Luffy can't see any buildings ahead. Just how long is this freaking road? Wait, look at this castle. Doesn't this look like the other one? Someone's running this way. They're in Elbaf Gear 2. What? Oh, they're in Elbaf Gear 2, right. Because he's running towards the mirror. He's running towards himself. And then he crashes, crack. Huh? The sky is breaking? What the hell is this? Oh. Wow, look, the sky it's coming from the Holy Temple. No, over there, what's going on? Everything's going to hell. What the? That means unbelievable. It's a giant room. We still can't be on that huge ship though. Like, this isn't like any of the cabins they had. What's up with the wire netting? I bet there's genuine giants this way. Is this whole place kind of some kind of pet cage? Yeah. Guys, are you there? Was that noise you? Help me. Enemy Chopper, who apparently is stuck in a sewing machine, because that's where his voice is coming from. So I'm assuming oh, you know what it is? He was getting fitted into an attire. That's what that was. He was getting fitted into because house, I guess you could say, was trying to fit him into Giant's gear, and that's how the others got into Giant's gear as well, or Elbaf gear, I should say. Then they saved. Their chopper. Everything's gonna be okay. You owe me one for this hug. All right. The collar was made of steel. I couldn't get it off. I was sure I was going to die. This is clearly a giant's room. So what's with all the human-sized clothing? We must have been dressed up like dolls. So this is some fine craftsmanship. The Sun God must be very skilled. There's so many of these blocks. That whole country was made out of them. That explains the horrible scent from when we were grilling up the rabbit. It must have been all the plastic burning. Hey, check it out. From here, the view is never ending. Wait, it's see-through now? It's like normal glass on the end. What kind of magic mirror is this? It's a one-way mirror. That's essentially what that is. It's a one-way mirror, and of course, said stalling into the woman's, Nami and Robin's room to literally spy on them. That's just like, Come on, my guy. Like, there's no reason for you to do that. Rightfully, Nami hits him. But yeah, that's where I had an issue with his gag. Like, he should, like, this is something that he should stop saying. But it is what it is. That's going to be his gag. It's not going to change. All I can do is just complain about it. So this is some kind of sick hobby. The giant likes to watch animals and people trapped in that block world. That's creepy, but this confirms we're on Elbaf, right? This is a real giant's room, so there must be a real giant island out there. For real? Heck yeah. How can you be so sure? Of course, for some reason, Oda showcased another Nami ass shot. All we can really say is the giant's behind this. We should escape where the others are. It'd be bad if the giant came back and caught us here. Why not head back inside and squeeze the townspeople with some more information? They seem a little weird, but it's better to face than to risk confrontation with a giant. Hey, are you listening, Luffy? Yeah, I just thought I'd blow this guy away first. I love that. The fucking shock faces and stuff like that. That's... I really enjoy this chapter because it's so reminiscent of like early One Piece. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Look down here, there's rats. And above us, a crow. Don't tell me these are the rabbit temple guardians. How is this a temple though? I'm so full from the rabbits, I'm just gonna send this guy flying. And then we see the mysterious figure who is heading towards the room. Does look like they are a giant. Now, a lot of people have been claiming or like saying that this antler wearing person was similar to the guy that was at the in Kuma's backstory with the hunt. Is that what they call him? The hunt? The game, whatever it was, right? That was the same person. I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem like it could be. If this is Elbaf, it's possible, but also like if this isn't, like that's a real big detour. And I don't even think this is the same guy that was it? Could it be the same guy that was waiting for them? You know, when they said come. I wonder if that's the same person. Also, don't take that out of context. Don't play around, guys. If you don't finish it over before the sun god gets here, foom. Wait, Luffy, that's overkill. Hey, I'm not the one who busted the fireplace and let the flames spread. What? It can't be. My beloved temple. Luffy, this is bad. The sun god's back. Let's run for it. Yeah, Luffy's in Gear 5 also. Luffy, I know. See, this is why... Honestly, this is why I cannot take discussions of power scaling seriously at all. Wow, 72%. There's an hour and 6 minutes left. Jesus Christ. Woo. This is why I can't really take power scaling seriously in One Piece, because of situations like this. Luffy turned to Gear 5 and now he's using it. That's why to me personally, One Piece being a battle manga is always going to be second to it being an adventure manga, right? That's not to say that the fights aren't as important, because the fights do determine like some stuff with like the story. But at the same time, it's like you shouldn't take power scaling so serious in One Piece, because Oda doesn't fucking take it seriously. Oda really doesn't. Like, literally, Luffy's using Gear 5 against these giant animals when it should be like he shouldn't need to use it, right? Could these, guardians and could these animals be much stronger? Sure, but like at the same time, it's like, people are going to use this to power scale Gear 5, saying, oh wow, Gear 5 can defeat these, animals and stuff like that. Like, come on. It's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. But like, then he does, and he says booming on pistol. His fist goes through, like literally phases through the snake's body, I think. No, he punches through the skin. Never mind. Human Guardum. So the snake, I wonder if the snake is supposed to be the world snake. That's in Norse mythology, so I wonder if that's supposed to represent the horse snake. Hurry, Luffy, the giant is huge. This is so messed up. Hey, look, the cat is back. It says you'll pay for this? Yeah. Anyway, look at this. Nami finding the map and using it and saying, like, look what I found.
and she finds the map. She was also looking for treasure. You know, so great. It's been the yeah, where she was trying to find like where they are. I think there was like and like giant Skypea. It's a blueprint for the Black Country, so it's a map. Here they come. How dare you define my beloved country? If we keep going straight, we'll bust through the mirror on the other side. Oh, they went back. They went back inside. Interesting. I didn't realize they did go back inside, so they went back inside. Okay. On the other side, we'll be free if we smash the wall behind it too. Great, let's get out of here. What? The sun god is incensed? I won't let you escape. Now, who could this be? I think it is a giant, and the people who are in this are prisoners of his who he probably tricked, you know, he's making them feel like they're smaller and they're part of the whole thing. So it's like, it's interesting. It really is, because man, like, look at Luffy hugging the fucking cat and being so happy. And you have Zoro and Sanji standing guard in the back. That's pretty cool. The wings of the Pirate King. You have Nami and Usopp discussing about the map and like how to get out of the situation. Chopper sadly is just screaming, so he's not really doing much, but he'll probably have something later on, like with injuries and stuff like that. Maybe he might, you know, heal the cat. That could be a thing. But like, this entire chapter was really, really much like the adventure stuff that we haven't had in so fucking long. It really feels like that. There were so many great things about this chapter. So many like fun, adventurous things that we kind of miss from One Piece. You know, new place. It's reeks nothing but adventure. They're, you know, running away from someone who we don't know who he is. It does look like he's a giant because it does look like he's using a shield and I think a spear? I can't tell what that is. No, it's not a spear. It's like a wand. So similar, it's literally similar to like, you know, like an RPG, like a black mage, I guess you could say, right? Whoever this is, it could be anybody. It doesn't, to me, appear like it's Loki. You know, we don't have the crown, but I never really take the crown into like a big thing as like, oh, we need to see the crown in order to see that it is Loki. It is possible that's the case, right? But at the same time, I don't think it's necessary to see the crown, right? But whoever this person is, could it be the same one who was in the Akuma flashback? Was it the Akuma flashback? No, I mean, yeah, kind of. It was in the Akuma flashback when when Gold Roger and the Rocks Pirates clashed there. Yes, when they were there, it's definitely possible he's the same person. I don't think so, because the size difference is different, and just because he's wearing like I guess you could call it a mask that's similar, I don't think it means they're the same person, right? Because that could literally be something from Norse mythology. I think someone I saw a tweet about it. I don't know if it's true, but there was some sort of Norse mythology with someone who did wear like a, you know, a skull head. I highly doubt that's fucking Odin. If that's Odin, I'd be shocked. He does have the beard though, so there's that. Yeah, like if it's Odin, my guess that it would be literally fucking, he's retired, he's old, you know, and he spends his hobby and his, you know, time doing shit like this. I mean, like, I think that would be really weird if it really was Odin. But I remember someone saying that. Was it? Was it her? Was it Hela? I mean, Norse god of the underworld?
Could it be Hela? I don't know. I mean, kind of. She has features that have like also like antlers, like we see with this guy. So it's like it's possible. I don't know much about Norse mythology to really give you like a proper like lore run of like Norse mythology, right? But it literally could be anybody. It could be Hela. It could be somebody else. It definitely is a giant. It could be some sort of giant, but it definitely does seem like it is a giant. Whether or not they are an Elbap is still uncertain. It's very possible that they are. But I think like, yeah. So we'll see. What was this? Hell. And she does have, like, let me see. Loki has a daughter named Hel, the goddess of death, who was born in Jotunheim, the land of the frost giants. However, in the movie, I don't care about. I don't care about, like, the movie stuff, because the movie stuff is just, you know, the movie stuff is just, like, an adaptation of, like, the Norse mythology. Children of Loki. One of them is a snake. And I think, is Hela Loki's kid? Wait, what? Oh, Hel is referred to as the daughter of Loki. Okay, yeah, that... I don't know if that could be Hel. That seems weird. Because you have Prince Loki, so... again, we shouldn't be thinking, like... You know, like, actual based off Norse mythology, even though I think Oda is definitely... box, and they're trying to create like a country. How dare you define my beloved country? To see, great chapter. I really enjoyed this chapter. This chapter was fantastic, and I cannot wait to see what other secrets this place has. You know, I do think that we more than. It's still an hour up, so I don't know why it's making that noise, but there's still... I think what we'll see in the next chapter is literally a Zoro Sanji attack. Will it be effective? We'll see, but I do think we'll see a Zoro Sanji attack. Waiting, you know, they're standing in the back of the cat, looking up at, you know, whoever this person is, so it looks like we'll probably get some sort of attack. So that should be fun. Should be a lot of fun. But yeah, like, this chapter is literally like the adventure side that we were desperately missing from One Piece for a long time. So I'm thrilled by this. I really am. This really is like a old chapter that really brings back so many fond memories of like early One Piece, so I'm excited for it. Yeah, so that's fun. I can't. You means defeated Kaido. So I think what will happen is that it's just natural progression. I think like for me, my interpretation of like One Piece in general has always, in terms of like, you know, the combat strength between the monster trio, it's been Luffy at the top, Zoro, Sanji, because the way the narrative has shown things is always that situation. I mentioned in my mentioned in the Romans Dawn trio video, but essentially at all that Zoro and Sanji are vastly, you know, apart, right? It just means that Zoro slightly edges Sanji in the narrative aspect of what Oda's showing. Sanji in the narrative aspect of what Oda's showing. Right? But yeah. Right? But yeah. Narratively, Oda has always done this. And I think he has kept them close enough, you know, where you know, the Zoro Sanji debates will always be that. They will always constantly argue. It's not. That's his. Sanji. Sanji the pervy gag because he never wants Sanji to surpass Zoro in popularity. I do not think Sanji's gag is the reason why Zoro's more popular. I think Zoro's popularity stems from Zoro being that character that so many people, specifically in the Naruto fan base who enjoyed characters like Sasuke, would enjoy Zoro. He's not an edgelord character, but he's that serious character that a lot of people love. He's that trope character, that very serious trope character that people really do love. And that's why so many people love Zoro. It's not necessarily because Sanji's gag prevents Sanji from being more popular than Zoro. It's Zoro has that trope where so many people absolutely love. Right? He just has that. He has that common shonen trope. And that's why people like Zoro more, because there's more people who prefer that character type and more of, like, you know, Zoro's personality and him being like this serious cool person, right? And it comes from the male fantasy of wanting to be that cool person. With Sanji, it's the male fantasy of, you know, being a kind person with chivalry, right? But what Oda does is that he puts a little twist on it where he makes, you know, where he showcases that type of person can sometimes look foolish in the real world. You see in the live action where he's like really cringe when he does stuff like that, right? But I don't think that's what affects Sanji's popularity. I just think that Zoro's popularity is more so of that trope. And so many people love and resonate with that trope more than what Sanji is like, right? So that's why I think, like, that's why Zoro's more popular.
And I don't. Definitely, Sanji's pervy gag could definitely be in the equation as to why people don't like Sanji as much as Zoro, or like it calls for Zoro's popularity. But I think it's not the main reason why. That's my take on
it. Is there anything, please, Adam Musakazu? God damn it. Sanami fans are so desperate. 4 of these are the same arc. 4 of these she's unconscious, and 3 of these she's creeped on, and 1 of these is filler. That being said, it doesn't mean you can't, like, Sanji Nami fans can't celebrate this. The thing you have to understand is that there's context in these. You have to look at the context. And none of these showcase any sort of context where, like, if this was a ship, you would see Nami act differently. That's what I mentioned before in my earlier discussion about this. About the context matters a lot. It really does. What the fuck is this? You're not ready for Iwa Sabo Admiral Slave? I swear to God, the fucking Admiral fucking thing is so fucking dumb. Like, why? What is with this Admiral, like, debate and conversations, like, just ramping up recently? I'll never understand why Oda didn't let, like, just ramping up recently. I'll never understand why Oda didn't let Linden span ACOC. Again, Oda nerfs people. Oda nerfs characters. He nerfs Kizaru. He nerfs Luffy even, right? He nerfs them because he's trying to tell a story, and if he doesn't nerf some of these characters and what they do, then he has the problem of trying to progress and move the story. That's why he doesn't do some of this stuff, right? And it's like, that's why I can't really take power scaling seriously, because at the end of the day, the story, it's all dependent on the story and what makes sense narratively, right? Luffy has beaten people who are or should be way stronger than he is, but there's always some sort of thing that he puts in the story that allows them to win. Best example, Eno, too powerful for Luffy. Right? Eno literally was way too strong. So what did he do? He gave him the lightning fruit, right? Which was one thing that, you know, would be, you know, not strong against Luffy because of, you know, his body being a rubber. You see what I mean? He does things to move the story along, and he sacrifices a lot of, like, power scaling, like power strength, and like stronger characters. So that's why it's just like, that's why he nerfs them for a reason, for narrative purposes. Always be two what? Always be two dumb bitches. Wait, what? Oh. No comment on that. Also, why are you posting that in a fucking One Piece community thread? Most people in like a One Piece community thing never care about shipping, so I don't know why you want to do that unless you're more of a Sanji guy. This chapter set back Sanji? I wouldn't say so. I don't think it set back Sanji too much. And actually, his pervy gag was actually toned down in this chapter. We did see more quantity of it in this chapter, but it's the quality of it, like, it has been toned down except for this one particular scene. But for the most part, it's been toned down. Is Sanji a waifu? Of course. saying some of my favorite character, I won't put Boruto time regress into a Mary Sue. It's not really a Mary Sue. He's always been strong. It's just that we never see him in action, and then the times we do see him in action, he is kind of OP. Because he was always presented that way. And a lot of people need feats in order to determine how strong a character is, which to me, I feel like I don't like that idea. So, Motherfuckers hate Shanks because he's way too perfect as a character, which is why they hate him when he lived up to the hype. I don't think he's a perfect character. I mean, he doesn't have an arm. All joking aside, like Kid fans are probably mad at Shanks because of what he did to Kid. You know, so it's multiple reasons why people would hate him. Zoro literally wears boots like those. Huh? Did it finish? Wait, what happened? Was there an error? Oh.
Let's proceed with the first song.
Should be fine. We'll see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. Not actually to care of Ace. I mean, it's possible he didn't know. The anima debate, Jesus Christ. That's a never-ending debate, as well. Sanji gag is funny again, I thought I see the. Oh. bothered me for it, but I personally just don't like his gag. I don't mind Sanji as a character in general. I just don't like his gag at the end of the day. But I do prefer this more toned down than whatever this fight was. Guys, is it a crime if Nami is in my top 3 favorite female characters that can change by just... No. Like, you don't need a certain character to be in your top 3 favorite whatever. It's not a crime. You could have whatever character you want as a fan. You know, what am I saying? You can have whatever character you like and be a fan of them. There's no hard rule about who you enjoy. This 100% Nicolay picks a story, by the way. Every single arc focuses on some big fight without probably established power scaling that's actually interpretable. The fights can be very clear and consistent. Like I mentioned before, I cannot take power scaling seriously because Oda nerfs characters and he doesn't focus on them as much as people think he does. Fights are important in One Piece. There's no denying that. But Oda doesn't care as much as fans do. Because at the end of the day, guess what? Oda is going to write situations, fights, in a narrative sense where it pushes the story forward. And you notice that a lot of the fights, they're very short. Some of them are choreographed, some of them are not. Some of them just have, like, you know, 2 characters pushing each other back and forth until one of them delivers a punch. But then you have fights like the Katakuri fight, like the Lucci fight, like Sanji versus Queen, Zoro versus King, where there's actually some choreography involved. It's not one of Oda's main strong suits. What makes his fights and battles more memorable are the emotional impact of the fights themselves. That's what makes them more memorable. He definitely does put a lot more focus on Luffy's fights, in terms of like choreography and, like, you know, how he wants to move the story narratively, but they're not important to him in the sense of making them flashbang. In the same way that a lot of power scalers think he's doing, you know? But he does it because his focus is more on the story. I think a lot of people, until they realize, like, the story itself far outweighs, like, the actual power scaling, the actual fighting, where the fighting is only meaningful when it comes down to, like, a major fight, then people will be a lot more accepting of, like, power scaling debates. But, like, a lot of people just don't. They think, like, One Piece is nothing but a battle manga, right? It is a battle manga, but not as much as many of power scalers think it is. It's actually super easy to not understand. To understand that just because Luffy is his lowest one doesn't mean that's what's necessary to be the opponent. It's not that Oda doesn't care for another scaling, y'all. You just use terrible logic. Can't keep up. Doesn't care another scale. He doesn't, though. That's the thing. Oda, like, I agree with most of what he's saying, right? But Oda doesn't really care, right? The only times where scaling matters to him is similar to, like, what happened with when Luffy first meets Aokiji. He had to make Aokiji strong, because that essentially leads to Luffy realizing that he's not strong enough and needs to find ways to become stronger. That's the point. What does that tell you? That tells you it isn't something in terms of battle scaling, it's the narrative of the story. Hope that one day that Luffy either makes a variant of Gear 5 like he did with Gear 4, or that he starts incorporating parts of his own gears while using Gear 5. Zoro and Sanji locked in. You love to see it. Yep, that's a fantastic shot of both of them. Seeing that Dawn pistol this chapter refers to me that Luffy is just dogging Lucci with basic armament. No comment on that. You never are asked to scale up these instances, but yet again, this is the result of passing up agendas of power skill, and we've been spewing such as that too. Agendas, just ice. Agendas have really. I feel like agendas, and I guess in general anything can be an agenda, has really kind of made the One Piece community just a little bit too wild. You know, I have agendas. You probably have agendas. Everyone has agendas. I think in the end, though, don't be consumed by your agenda. That's the best way I could say it. It's insane to me that people don't think One Piece is a battle manga, yet the main story is about an adventure, but every arc centers around fights. The arc resolution and a lot of the character development is done through fights. The second most important storyline is literally a fight. I feel like I'm just going to repeat myself with this. I'm just going to say, I'm going to put it in simplest form. One Piece is a battle manga. The problem is, it's not a full battle manga. The story, the narrative, and the adventure come first to Oda, followed by the battles. The story dictates when a battle happens. The story dictates who these characters have to fight. Right? Wherever they go, they have to fight somebody. That's when the battle manga portion comes into play and why it's important. But it's all based on the narrative aspect of the story and where the story needs to be, and if the story needs a conflict to be resolved through battle. The main focus isn't a battle manga. Dragon Ball Z is the perfect example of an actual battle manga. There is story to it. But what is the most focused thing that people care about Dragon Ball? It's the battles. Thus, Dragon Ball is a much more battle manga than it is an adventure, or where the story matters more. The story in One Piece matters more. Doesn't mean it's not a battle manga. It just means it plays second fiddle to the main thing, which is an adventure story. And battles are important to progress the narrative, which allows the narrative to be more important than the battle, because the battle is needed to push the narrative. Thus, the narrative is more important because battle mangas push the narrative forward. That's why it's more of a sub-focus, just below adventure. People are slowly realizing that he really doesn't. I stand by that. He really does not. The only way this will fit, Oda doesn't care about power scaling points if the snake somehow tank the attack. Not really. Not really. Like, if Luffy uses Gear 5 on the snake, that changes nothing. That really doesn't. Because at the end of the day, Luffy didn't need Gear 5 to beat the snake. He chose to go to Gear 5 because, Gear 5 is fun. It's his new form. He wants to use it. It makes him the most free. He uses it because, it's his new favorite, mode to go into for fights. Who joined the crew first between Sanji and Nami? Nami didn't join until Along Park, once everything was resolved. But she is the third character introduced, and she technically does join Luffy's crew, but as, you know, in the front of an alliance. So technically, she joined, but only briefly. So technically, she did join first. But it is what it is. Baker Usopp is fucking in my BBG. What the fuck? Imagine thinking all the recommended rivals are top tiers. I question how strong the Rev commands really are. I really do question. But again, I think people focus too much on power scaling, and Oda, I don't think, cares. This 100% negatively affects the story, by the way. Every single arc focuses on big fight, and without properly established power scaling, that's actually what? The fights can be very unclear and inconsistent. But that doesn't make the battle portion more significant than the story. The battles could go in any direction, right? Like I said, Oda has nerf characters and has literally, you know, have Luffy beat characters he probably shouldn't have beaten, but he does because he needed to for the sake of the narrative. The narrative is here. The battle manga pushes the narrative more so, but the focus is always on the narrative, right? It's why Luffy lost to Crocodile twice, yet he then beat him. Because at the end of the day, Luffy did lose, but it still pushed the narrative in a way where Luffy eventually won. Because it allowed him to realize what he needed to beat Crocodile, which was some form of liquid. Shall we think here for is the next Super Saiyan 3? No, because we had instances where we seen different modes of Gear 4. So I know Super Saiyan 3, it's not really comparable because it's like you only seen Gear Super Saiyan 3 like once, really. With Gear 4, you at least see it several times, you know. Oh, people getting full course meal and dessert during this time are going on while Naruto's like 75% done is crazy. I don't remember. Was it 75% done? Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Luffy be using Gear 5 for literally anything now, what's even the point of other forms? Well, it's like a new toy. Luffy found a new toy and he wants to use it. Luffy can use whatever the fuck he wants. Like, that's the thing that baffles me. It's just like, think of like Luffy. Like, why would Luffy want to use Gear 5? Because, you know, it gives him more freedom, gives him more fun. He would rather use Gear 5 than, you know, the other gears because he has more fun. And he probably will use the other gears at some point whenever he wishes. Who knows, you know? Got to stop the caps. You all saw that time skip bar? Hey. Usopp having connection to the world of God or Sun God is definitely not coincident, or the name of God Usopp or nothing. There will be a payoff to these connections. What? The God Usopp stuff is literally a gag. Will there be something with an instance where Usopp can be seen as a god in Elbap? Sure, I could see that. But it will probably be seen as also another gag. Not even true, there's several conquerors that aren't dumbasses? What? those with the disposition of King think alike, Sanji wouldn't get it. Yeah, that's weird. What? Yeah, there's several people who have conquerors who aren't dumbasses. Dragon is the perfect example. Assuming Dragon does have. I mean, he has to. If Garp has it and Luffy has it, Dragons definitely have it. You know? See, that's what I mean. Like, you don't need feats to come up to this conclusion. The story and the narrative tells you this sort of stuff. So always remember that. Context matters. Thursday, 4th October was followed immediately by Friday, 15th after the start of the history's 10 missing days. Oh, there was a problem with the Roman calendar, which had fallen to total chaos. The old Roman calendar was 355 days long. To keep it in alignment with the solar year, how long does it take the Earth to orbit the Sun? Extra intercalary months of 23 or 20 days were added every 2 years. That made sure the calendar was synchronized with the seasons. Interesting. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool knowledge. The more you know. Like if we beats the current animals together, but they're not prepared for this. Oh my god. Hate this fandom. This chapter actually has some of the best Straw Hats in a while. I think this might be the best arc in the series when it's done. Why I love the other post-time skip arcs. Didn't have the interactions I fucking love pre-time skip. Yeah. It was very much a pre-time skip arc. Oda is always going to sacrifice power scale in the favor of sick ass moments, lock callbacks, whatever. For example, the Lucci and Luffy class, and I think that's the reason why the story is great. Well, I don't think it's because of sick ass moments, plot callbacks, whatever. I mean, plot, yes. He's going to do whatever he fucking likes. Even if it doesn't make sense into the eyes of power scalers and stuff like that, he's gonna do whatever the fuck he likes. That's at the end of the day is what Oda's gonna do. So Usopp doesn't do anything in Elbaf. I'm dropping One Piece. Jeez, you know he's not. The whole nuts. Let me see this. Two characters could have the same, you know, deer bone mask, whatever that thing is. Like, I don't know. It just seems unreal for that. Another hit. Wait, what? Another hint of Nami being Celestial Dragon. Let me explain. Sanji Nami discussed by Big Instance. Good callback to Jaya. Sanji, Prince of German Kingdom. Nami, Aesir Goddess. I don't remember exactly who said that, but it could be that the Aesir gods and Elbaf are Celestial Dragons. That would be the reason why the world government does not attack Elbaf, but why the army of Elbaf is victorious in strength. It could be because the giants are so powerful that the Navy doesn't fucking want to deal with them. Because the Princess of Elbaf, she could overcome her long-standing antagonism to giants, and even gain the use of the Elbaf Void to find a place of what's held to be the mightiest nation in the world. Elbaf seems to be very large. One of the Asgard land of guards. Asgard located on top of Yggdrasil, where the Aesir gods live. Celestial dragons live above all insect humans. Okay. I mean, it's not. Okay. The overall idea is not terrible. This, unfortunately, no. Sanji Nami discussed by big insects, so that leads to Sanji being Prince of German Kingdom. Nami is here. That is where, like, how do you make that connection? Like, why? How is that a connection you could make? That's so weird. Like, I don't understand that. Ay. Will Gecko Mori play a major role in any of the finals? Yes, Gecko Mori will make an appearance, but he'll probably join Cross Guild. Now, if they go into the route of a battle royale for the One Piece, he'll probably be there then. Think Oda just showed us Usopp's next powers, hallucination rounds, and courage elixir. Courage elixir? Super Saiyan God Sanji, SSGS codenamed the Prince of... Oh god. Oda is inconsistent, that's what happened. Yes, he is inconsistent. This is true. Oda is very inconsistent with his art. Yugoro should be up there as one of the best written characters in One Piece. There shouldn't be debate. Top 3 for sure. She's definitely really well written. It's still depending on the person. The only problem is that there are gaps within Robin's. Well, gaps. I guess there's some gaps. Yeah, there's gaps where Robin isn't really well written. Like Egghead, there's a lot of stuff in Egghead that was really cool with Robin, such as, the fact that she found out that Saul is alive. But other than that, there's not much in Egghead. There's gaps in her writing where Oda doesn't explore it, which is a shame because I would like Oda to explore more of a character development and character progression. But he doesn't, which is a shame. So Luffy's the main face of Shonen now only because Naruto and Ichigo's story ended? No. Oh god, this. Luffy was always the main face of Shonen. He literally saved Shonen Jump after Dragon Ball Z ended its civilization. People have talked about it within Shonen Jump. One of the editors talked about it recently as well. He literally is the face of Shonen Jump even when Naruto and Bleach were still running. It was still making a lot more money. It was still selling a lot more than Naruto and Bleach were in Japan. Naruto and Bleach had more influence in specifically the United States and other Western countries. But One Piece and Luffy were still the main force. Just because you have never seen Luffy, be at the top for wherever you lived, during that time, does not mean that Luffy wasn't the face of Shonen Jump. He always was. At the time when Naruto and Bleach was very popular in the West, a lot of people were not big fans of One Piece. Part of that is due to the terrible 4Kids dub. And One Piece wasn't advertised that well in the West as much as it was in Japan. When you talk about the face of Shonen Jump, you're talking not necessarily about worldwide. You're talking about Japan itself specifically. Right? So that's why it's just that's such a weird statement. It's probably from a Boruto fan, because Boruto fans tend to create bait posts like that. This aura talk is generally annoying. Usopp was calmly assessing the current situation and uncover what could have happened to them and where they are, but you're all here talking about his biceps. Yeah, that's One Piece. Yeah. What? Whether you're making headcanon of Nami talks an abusive woman, you cannot just drag other ship and at the same time making the character you ship with your own character choice looking... What? What? Wait, what? What is this? Sanji's Nami is the worst Straw Hat ship because Nami only saw Sanji as a personal bodyguard since she doesn't see Sanji as a potential romantic partner at all. Nami is a more romantic chemistry. Oh, I remember this post. Being headcanon of Nami talks an abusive woman. Yeah, so that goes back to the whole thing about Nami being toxic, Nami being abusive because of her own gag, where she constantly hits the crew members whenever they do something stupid. There's very rare instances where she hits them for no reason whatsoever, which is what I don't like sometimes. Here's the thing. All the Straw Hats are friends. If you try to deny that, you're denying everything that Oda has written between the Straw Hats. They're friends. They have different dynamics. Right? Nami does not only see Sanji as her personal bodyguard, simp, or whatever. Right? That's just not how that works. She sees them as all her friends. Right? Even as a Luffy Nami shipper. I could clearly see that Nami first foremost sees Luffy as her friend. The same way she views Sanji as her friend. The reason why I personally don't like Sanji Nami is that there's a lot of things between them with their relationship that contradicts them. And that's why I'm not necessarily a big fan. For example, Nami says she doesn't like perverts. Sanji does do things that can't come off perverted. It's part of his gag. You know? To me, that's like a nail to the coffin in that regard. But at the end of the day, Nami sees all the Straw Hats as her friends. So if you try to deny that she doesn't see them at all like that, and Sanji as like a personal slave or something like that, you're disregarding everything that Oda has written between them. Does she take advantage of his? Does she take advantage or take upon his offers of doing kind things, like what we see in this recent chapter? Sure, sometimes she does, but she doesn't see him as a servant. Sanji may see himself as a servant to Nami because he has stated that, in the story itself. That's still, a gag, but they're friends. That's the thing that's also, in terms of shipping, you have to understand that a lot of these characters, the core of anything is friendship. Right? Always remember that no matter how you ship, you have to remember these characters are real people, thus their relationship is very similar to how real people view each other when they get to know each other very well, and that is friendship. At the core of every relationship, friendship is there. Right? It all starts off as friendship. That's how you grow and build a strong bond, by being friends. And then later on, it could become romantic. So that's why I'm not too... I disagree with Kong D. Tuffy, whatever his name is. I don't see Nami viewing Sanji as that, right? But I personally just don't ship them because I don't necessarily, based on the context and how I normally ship, I just don't see the potential there. But you're allowed to ship whoever you want. Can someone bring proof that Hoo-Hoos can beat a single biscuit? So what the why? Who wins Hoo-Hoos versus Cracker? I'm gonna go with Cracker, but I really don't care. I did not put any thought to that. I just chose one of them. What is this? Soka King Usopp. He pretended to be another person that he could save Robin with his crew. At the end of the arc, he removed the custom and apologized to Luffy properly. This is not a theory. Wait, what? Why are people? Oh, people joking. Okay, it's people just joking. I got confused because I saw 3 people quoting this. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Keep in mind that Kaka is an actual Yonko third commander who can bypass Gear 4 Luffy's hockey defenses, but who's lose? Oh, this is just quoting that. Then Shibori Usopp. No, that's not the same attack. White Star Gun is stronger than Boom. Oh my god. Power scaling. You and Usopp is one of the main focus on the 60+ chapter. When people ship against the author, is when it gets out of hand and kind of jobless. When people what? What do you mean by people ship against the author? What do you mean by that? I don't understand what that means. It's not a hot take. People just be mad their agenda ain't more popular. What agenda? Probably a hot take. Discussing about ships is the most useless thing to do in the manga. That doesn't mean they can't. Right? People can do whatever the hell they want. People could ship. Let them ship. Who cares if, it doesn't wind up to anything? It doesn't matter. Just let people have fun. GameStar Champ, hello. Sanji and Nami's gas contradict each other and always undercut the few gender moments they have. That's why I don't like it. Yeah, essentially, that's how I feel as well. We see in the recent chapter, Sanji carrying Nami. Great, you know what? Cool. That, you know what? If you're a Sanji Nami fan, you're like, yay! You know, oh my god, Sanji's carrying Nami. Great. The W side on that is that, you know, Nami's perfectly fine, Sanji, you know, carrying her down, you know, to help her. The negative side is literally the fucking thing he says, the context of what he says. She's like weirded out by it. So it's just like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Like, him talking about if this was a dream, there wouldn't be any men on it. It's just like, dude, what are you saying to me right now? Like, what the hell is going on? Hello, Gamester Champ. How are you? Thank you for coming by my stream as I look through One Piece Twitter, because that's always fun. How are you? Right? But like, yeah, like, there's so many things that just contradicts it, you know. And like what I said, you know, Sanji's gag can lead to him doing like perverted stuff. Nami has said that she doesn't like perverted beasts or just perverts in general, right? The Wano bathhouse, she says that she cannot trust Sanji because of what he did, even though it was a mixed bath, so there was no reason for him to turn invisible, right? There was no need for him to turn invisible because it was a mixed bath. So why was he? So it's just like, that's the thing. If Sanji walked in there, right, I don't think she would have had much of a problem because, again, it's a mixed bath, so it's whatever. Maybe she might have kicked him out anyway. But the fact that he turned invisible told her that, like, yo, what, Sanji, that is fucking creepy as shit. You know? That's why she doesn't trust him. You know, that's why, well, not that she doesn't trust him, she does trust him. But why she said that line after the Wano bathhouse. Hello, Sin. How are you? Do you think she's got the thought of Sanji beating Luffy in the back of her mind as another nail in the coffin for that ship? No, because you had that moment where Sanji saves her. You know, the scene where, like, he carries her and you have that shot of Pudding. I think that's where it was, where it's just like, she forgave him for that, right? She definitely forgave him for that, so I don't think that's necessarily something that is a big deal anymore. You know? I just don't think that's the case anymore. But she does know Sanji. That's the thing. She knows Sanji, and because she knows Sanji, she knows the type of person he is when his gag goes on, like, the very weird side of it. Such as the pee thing. You know? Such as, you know, the, him touching her while he was in her body. She's seen what he does. Right? And that turns her off from it. That's why it's just really weird to ship them in that regard. Because those things just make them, it just comes off contradictory to, like, what Sanji should be like with her. But then when you go to, like, Pudding, even the girl in Wano, you could see where, like, he can't be normal. He can't be normal around them. And that's why there's this idea that there's this gag where, like, Sanji, whenever there's someone who does like Sanji, he doesn't recognize that. You know, he doesn't recognize that, oh, this girl actually has a thing for him, but he's dense about it. So it's just like, you see? Like, he can be normal. Yet, for some strange reason, Oda continues to do things where it just showcases some weird thing he says or does whenever it comes to, like, Nami or anything. So that's why it's just like, I personally cannot ship them because Oda is making it out to be like, nah, that's, no. You know, like, he's purposely writing the context for those situations to the point where, like, I personally can't ship them, right? If it was written differently, maybe I would ship them, right? You never know. But I just think, me personally, for my own personal reasons, Luffy Nami just has a much more stronger bond. You know? And the moments that they share
are more impactful emotionally, right? When you have a character that like Sanji, who just constantly saves people over and over again, like Nami, and then Robin as well, in a very similar manner, right? You lose its effectiveness, right? So when Luffy does something that like Sanji would do, but Luffy normally wouldn't do, right? And he does it on his own, or like he does it, with with something similar to how like if Nami does something with Luffy that she doesn't really do with others, or those in One Piece, those are more impactful. Those are essentially more impactful, which is why whenever people want to discuss like the hug scenes where Nami hugs individuals, right? The only one that really had a real focus and that was slightly different from all the other hugs she has ever given to anybody, like, it's more eye-popping, right? It's a lot more eye-popping, and it seems like it's more intentional. Don't get me wrong, I agree, but I'm more focused on him saying he's all about every beautiful woman in the world, and that makes you question it. But like you said, he can't be normal. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if he acted the same way he kind of acted with Pudding and even the Wano girl, right? With Nami, whenever Nami, and he has sometimes done it, but then it always comes back to like some sort of gag, like the whole thing with when after the whole Sanji Khalifa thing, he comes down, he explains to Nami that he can't do it because of the chivalry, and she respects that out of him. He then says something like, "Oh, does that mean we're married now?" It's like, dude, just stop. Like, that's where it's just like, dude, what are you doing? It's like, what the fuck? Whenever it comes down to it for Oda to do something like that, he always adds like some sort of gag, and you see it in this most recent chapter where he does the same thing. That's why it's just like, I personally can't ship them, because I see that and I'm just like, what is going on? Like, don't say anything like that. Just be normal, right? And I think that's the whole point that Oda's trying to show you, right? But again, it's because I'm a Luffy Nami shipper, I'm biased. So apparently I can't talk about Sanji Nami without being a hater. That's how usually it works. But I still would rather do civil discussions. I don't mind civil discussions, and I don't mind if you could prove to me why I'm wrong. I don't mind that, but it has to have logical reasoning behind it. Oda needs to take lessons from Grey Juvia. Same archetype but role reversal, but is actually endearing. Is it similar? I mean, yeah, it will be similar. I have issues with fairy tale shipping in general. Not that they're bad. It's just a more personal thing in how I usually ship. Like, for example, I could give you a good example of a fairy tale shipper. I'm just like, I really don't understand how this is a ship. It'll be Levi and what's his name? It's not Gilgalad. What the hell's his name? Yeah, the metal guy, right? I forgot his name, but like Gajeel, that's his name. For me, I'm looking at that like, oh, Gajeel did something nasty to her, like he hugged her on a tree and stuff like that. And then I see them slowly building a relationship. I'm just like, that's one way to start our ship. And it's just like I'm not a big fan of that, because like if anyone else did that, I wouldn't ship them or like put them together. Like, I understand the whole thing about forgiveness, and that is something that is explored later on in the story with them. To me, it just, I don't know. Yeah, Gajeel, yeah. But yeah, Oda, I think, like, the interview with Aoyama, the creator of Detective Conan,
Oda does think about it. You can clearly see by that interview itself that the fact that they merely mention romance in general, he does think about it. The problem is he doesn't have the confidence to pursue it because he's afraid of losing fans of, these characters who he could possibly ship. But he does think about it. But I will say that Grey Juvia is a lot more endearing than Sanji Nami. I will agree with you on that, Games the Champ. If it, like, she was infatuated with him, right? Uh-oh. Did it fuck up? Sorry, I'm 3D printing, so I don't know if it fucked up or not. Nope, it finished. So I'm gonna wait for it to cool down, and then I'll show you the full completed 3D print. But yeah, she was infatuated. She sometimes acted weird and stuff like that, but it wasn't like weird as in like, oh, why, stop, that's so cringe, So yeah, if Sanji Nami was something similar to Geo Juvia without it being like a little creepy, because the role reversal will be a little creepy in a way. But if it was written well, then yeah, I agree. It's a very similar archetype and it would have worked, right? But the problem is that you need Sanji to not be weird in those moments. That's where it just falls apart. Right? It just falls apart in my opinion. It just really doesn't. That's why I just can't ship them. I can't take it seriously when he says shit like that. Where you have a possible Sanji Nami moment, and then he says some weird off the rail stuff. It's just like, why would you say that in that situation? It is what it is. I just can't ship them. How was One Piece live action? Is it worth watching? If you're new to the series, it can definitely be a good gateway to entering the fandom. I don't recommend simply watching it and then just only watching that. If you're gonna watch it, you have to get invested in it. If you're not invested in it after watching it, then you're not going to get the full story, the real story of One Piece. It's going to be very difficult. If you're interested, if the series makes you interested, which is the whole reason for the live action, is to get like actual casual normal people interested in the series, and then you decide to go read the manga, then yeah, that's the whole point of live action. That was one of the main goals of live action, is to bring people who don't know about One Piece, who don't really know about anime, manga, right, and allows them to enter that world and see for themselves if it's worth going into. So if you want something to like really make you, if you're curious about One Piece and you're curious about just watching like the live action, yeah, sure. The good news is there's going to be a One Piece anime remake, so you could also wait for that. If you don't want to watch all 1,000 episodes straight or read the manga, you can start off with the anime remake. So you could definitely start off with that whenever it comes out. Yeah, I agree. Fairy Tail writing and setup is bad. Characters are just quirky. Yeah. The Fairy Tail is very quirky, and what the hell was his name? Mashima. Mashima is a decent writer. He can definitely write romance, which I saw in Rave Master, and the new one that he just did. What the hell is the name? I'm blanking on the name of his newest manga. In Fairy Tail, there are some quirky ships, but he at least has an understanding of romance, at least at a basic level, right? He has an understanding of romance at a basic level, and sometimes he hits it off really well with some ships. Sometimes they're just quirky and weird, but he still has that basic romance element still intact, and that's why a lot of his romances may be a little quirky and maybe set up really weird, but they still work because he understands the basics of romance. When you have someone like Kishimoto, who has some idea of romance, but he doesn't fully understand it, which is why a lot of the ships in Naruto are like really fucking like what, you know. That's when you also can create weird ships in Naruto because you don't have the basic idea of what romance is, you know. Like, you see so many people have you see so many characters have these romances in Naruto, and it's just like, wait, what? You know? Or like, the problem with Naruto Hinata that I had, like, I don't mind the ship at all, right? The problem I had is that Hinata was so out of the picture for a lot of the series that she only really appeared for those few emotional moments, right? But then she goes away for a little while. And that's in part of Kishimoto not really focusing too much on the side characters, so he pushes them away. They don't get enough screen time to justify that relationship at the end, right? I don't disagree with Naruto Hinata. I just think that it just wasn't planned well. What's the worst manga romance in my opinion? Worst manga romance? Oh boy. Okay, so are we talking about just like any manga that has romance in it? We're talking about any manga that has romance in it. What was it? What was the name of that anime that came out recently, like a couple years ago? Part of the reason why this was not a really great romance is because the idea is all about revenge sex. It was that really famous anime that people watch because it had a lot to do with the main character being betrayed and then going back in time to eventually manipulate and do awful things to, you know, bring them to the side. That has terrible romance. It's literally revenge porn, the manga. I truly think that was the worst. You know, granted it borderlines hentai, so it's like I shouldn't take it seriously, right? But it did become somewhat mainstream, so I kind of have to. If we're not looking at those though, I would say one of the mangas that really handled romance kind of poorly. Oh boy. This is probably going to be a hot take. I'm going to say Nisekoi. Yeah, especially the pain arc when she confessed her love, then he never did anything with it until the movie. Yeah. There was like one moment during the war, and it just like now I'm gonna tell you why specifically Nisekoi. It's not because of who ended up with who. It has nothing to do with that. Nisekoi has the issue of hundreds and hundreds of chapters where nothing fucking moves. No needle is moved. Just milking the characters' relationships over and over again until you finally get to that end. But then you have relationships in there, romance in there, where it's just like it's literally there's no movement, right? Harem series tend to sometimes never have movement, like it's just hundreds and hundreds of chapters, but sometimes those chapters have meaning to it. To me, Nisekoi had the issue of it being milked so hard until finally the author is like, okay, I'm about to make this happen, right? And you're just like, god damn. Oh, Nisekoi, I spent so many years reading Nisekoi. It's just, at the end, it's just like, just end already, you know? Aside from that, a lot of romance anime and manga are not that bad. There's not really bad romance manga. Unless, okay, it's not a manga. It's an anime. Fuck. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm going over this again. There's an anime called Alnoa.0. Fucking Alnoa.0. There was a building romance between a princess and the main character of the series. Season 1 was fantastic. It led up with a cliffhanger where she goes and tries to help him out of this mech, and the other character, who's like one of her bodyguards or like one of the people, like her like close friends, he kind of gets jealous because, you know, he tries to save her and tries to be protective of her, but then he kind of sees her helping this other dude out, right? He gets jealous, and then I think he shoots him. I forgot, but right. But that's not where the bad shit happens. And I'm sorry if I'm going to spoil it for this, because I need to tell you just how bad this fucking shit was. They had a season 2. The writer completely threw everything out of the fucking water. Just threw everything, just threw the entire script out of the fucking water. Why? Because you had it perfectly set up for the princess and the main character to fall in love. What does the writer do? He sets up the princess with some random fucking dude and said they're getting married because it's a political marriage. And everyone's just like, why would you, how? You even had, season 2 had moments where like they finally reunite after she was taken, and then you fucking do this? It was one of the most baffling things I ever seen. One of the most baffling writing choices I ever fucking seen. And I'm just like, oh my fucking god. How do you shit the bed on season 2 so much? Oh my god. I have never been so baffled by writing choices so fucking much. Oh, I love season 1 so much. You have no idea how much I love season 1. To see what happened to season 2 was just so atrocious. Oh. And I'm not the only one. So many people did it. So many people disliked it. So many people like, Dad, what is this writing choice? She chooses some random fucking guy because of a political marriage when you were clearly setting up something. It was one of the most baffling writing decisions I have ever fucking seen in my life. I was just stunned. I just couldn't believe it. I was just like, what the fuck? This person that she got political marriage to, you didn't even see him until like the last 2 episodes of the series. You never even meet him until the last 2 episodes. And the funny part is, it was a perfect setup because I think she was part of like the Mars colony or something. Like it was like a war between the Mars colony and humans, right? Like it was like she was like from a civilization from somewhere else, right? It was the perfect setup for them to fall in love and do a marriage where they have humans and the princess of this new race that they were in war to literally have a marriage where like finally both humans and her and their people can finally, you know, come together. But you don't even get that. I still to this day am so baffled by these writing choice. That writing choice, like I think even the writer even commented at some point talking about like why he made that choice, and he had no real good reason for what he did. He had no good reason at all. So yeah, if you ever see Alnoa.0, just understand, if you're in there for shipping wise, you're going to be vastly disappointed in how it goes. You will incredibly vastly disappointed. Did I read dun? Okay, yes. I haven't read it. I've seen clips of the first episode. And I know a friend of mine talked about it and talked about how like it's one of the best shipping romances he's seen in a shonen manga. And that made me very interested. So I'm definitely going to be checking it out because that sounds amazing to me. So I'm very interested because a lot of people said that it's a really good romance for a shonen series. So I'm really curious to see exactly how good it is. So I'm definitely going to check it out. There's a bunch of other things I have to check out as well, but Dan is definitely one of them because I've heard nothing but good things about the romance in it. So I'm excited to check it out. Let me see if I can grab the thing out now. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at these. The 3D print has finally been finished. It is the cute Nami panel from the recent chapter. I have to print out the little heart that goes in here. I have to switch the filament for it to the red. But like, I'm very happy with how this came out. I love that panel of her. It was so good. It was so fucking adorable. So cute. It's a little rough, but it's fine. I have to probably sand it down a little bit. But yay, I'm happy this finished. You know, the romance between Vegeta and Bulma surprises me how well it turned out. I was confused with it a little bit. I was like, what? Wait, Vegeta and Bulma? Didn't this guy literally almost try to fucking kill her? And then you see that one scene of her checking out his ass and just like, what the fuck? I was like, what? Holy shit. That was very surprising. And it worked out well, so so that's good on them. But Akira Toriyama did mention once before that he did struggle with romance. Romance was not his strongest suit. So, I don't know what gave him. I think what the decision why he gave Vegeta Bulma a romance is because I believe the story is that one of the editors wanted Goku and Bulma to end up together. This was also like during Dragon Ball, when Goku was fucking a kid, right? When he was like a little kid, and Toriyama hated it, so he never did that. He introduced Chi-Chi, who then Goku married, and then made Yamcha a cheating asshole for whatever reason, and then he got punished because of the Yamcha pose, and then decided on Vegeta and Bulma. I was not expecting that at all, right? I was not expecting that. But I give props for Toriyama for the surprise. You know what? Props to him for that. Like, he caught me off guard. I think the setup for it is weak for Vegeta and Bulma, but it still worked out well in the end. It's not the worst ship I've ever seen. It's a pretty good ship. The setup is just really weird and just awful. It just set up really weird. It didn't set up strongly, but overall it still worked out really well. So you know what? Props to Toriyama for at least keeping it in whatever way he wanted it to. Standing Nami is a losing battle. Katarina Devon and Mythical Zone uses a Nami pick them. FYI, Katarina is stronger than all of Toby Europa, including Who's Who or next straight. Oh, Katarina is stronger. I was about to say Nami stronger? Yeah, well, yes. Katarina is definitely stronger than Nami. I mean, stronger than Toby Ropo at this point. Or she will be when the battle eventually happens. I do think that Katarina is going to be Nami's opponent against the Blackbeard Pirates. So yeah. You know the theory is about to be hot ass if it starts with Oda once said in an interview? Well, it depends on the theory. But I guarantee you that's probably something to do with shipping wise. I so love the moments Luffy showing his leadership side here to see Captain scolding his subordinate. I hate that term. They're not subordinates, they're all friends. Jesus Christ, you can't think of the Straw Hats like a regular pirate crew. I hate when people think it that way, you know? Discussing about ships is the most usual thing to do in this manga. No, you can talk about ships. There's no rule against it. You're more than welcome to. There's no rule. Least relevant Straw Hat, they're all relevant. It just depending on when they have to be. Sanji, they truly could never make me hate you. Actually, they probably could, but like I have a high Sanji tolerance. For me personally, loving a character doesn't mean you have to love every aspect of the character. If you try very hard to love each and every aspect of the character, even the worst qualities, you're setting yourself up for essentially being made fun of, you know? Because, like, if you try very hard to defend a character's worst qualities, you're gonna be made fun of. You're gonna have arguments and stuff like that. To me, in my own personal opinion, you can love a character but still call out their faults. If you're one of the people who are able to do that, then I know you really love the character, because you want the faults of that character to be improved on. You want those faults to be better. That's how I know you really love the character. If you have an undying love for a character, even for the worst of their faults, to me, you love a character, but you're blinded. You're blinded by love for that character. Being blinded by love for a character isn't good, because you disregard the bad qualities, you know. And if something happens with that character that he does that's really weird, you know, like that makes it that doesn't show me that you love the character, you know. You never want to be blinded by love for a character. If you do, you tend to, like I said, overlook the bad qualities, and that's where, like, people make fun of you for the most part. When did they fight exactly? I don't know. It's Miku. Jesus Christ, Hatsune Miku. It was on Pointed Chapter. Oda finally writes something like he did pre-Sir Bodhi. Yes, I agree. Okay, I'm interested in this thread. do. I mean, I made a video. Well, I didn't really make a video. Well, I kind of made a video on it. I will just say this. It's really dependent on like what exactly conquers like who actually qualifies for conquers hockey. You know, it really is dependent on that. Which is why I'm always saying, like, I know a lot of people say that Sanji will never get conquers because he doesn't want to conquer anything. I personally don't view that as like a big reason why. I think eventually he will get conquers hockey. It will probably just be like closer to the end of the series. So I think Nami definitely has the opportunity to have it. And it's mostly probably going to be, from my own personal opinion, on what Nami's lore, you know, surrounding her is. It's probably genetic, similar to how like Dragon, Garp, and Luffy have it. So that's my opinion on that. What are your thoughts on Attack on Titan romance? Attack on Titan romance, the problem with, to me, the problem with it was, it wasn't a big focus, except for like maybe a few things. Oh, excuse me. But for like the main ones, like for example, Eren and Mikasa, there were moments where, you know, Mikasa was thinking of Eren in a romantic. You see her jealous and all that stuff, but it wasn't a main focus of the manga until essentially the end. And during the parts with like Eren and Historia, that entire thing, I thought that there was a good chance that the author might be doing Eren and Historia simply just because of just where it was going at the time, and then with the whole thing with the baby stuff where she becomes the queen, right? She becomes the queen and then she has to have a baby. I thought it would have been Eren's. She would have chosen Eren, but she did not. So that was thrown out the window. But to me, watching Attack on Titan, I didn't really care too much about the romance. I'll be honest, I did not care too much about the romance. Attack on Titan is like one of those very few mangas where like the romance didn't really capture me, you know? But I'm not upset about Eren Mikasa. I'm not. It was fine. I think that it could have been written a little bit better at the end of the day. It's not awful. It just could have been written a little bit better, but romance wasn't necessarily like a big thing with it until the end and certain ships. But other than that, I was not too much focused on the romances in Attack on Titan. Sanji becomes one of the favorites when he gets plot focused, but when he doesn't, he does everything to annoy me. So if his relationships are inconsistent outside the story, it doesn't give me hope for his in-story relationships. The only story relationships for me that really fit Sanji is Pudding, because look at the way he interacted with Pudding compared to the way he interacts with Nami, compared to the way he interacts with Robin, the way he reacts to other female characters, right? And the way he acted with Pudding is similar to like the way he acted with the Wano girl, because you know they both eventually liked him, and then he became like this dense character where he's like, you know, he's still himself, where his kindness really kind of like, you know, pushed them into, you know, infatuation for him. Right? Because he didn't do any of the weird stuff that he does with Nami or Robin. And to me, the fact that Pudding, he acted somewhat different with Pudding pushes me to that. Because the thing that Sanji Nami fans, I think, would have worked with Nami, Oda's doing that with Pudding. You know? The thing that would have made me more inclined or more favored to Sanji Nami is if he acted that way with Nami the way he acted with Pudding.
But he doesn't necessarily do that because he does some weird stuff with his gag that just off-putting. But with Pudding, it literally showed like, okay, Sanji can have a proper romance. But Oda is showcasing that with Pudding, not necessarily with Nami or Robin. Which is why I personally cannot ship Sanji Nami. Right? And then you have the whole thing with Blackbeard capturing Pudding. That's going to be big because literally the Straw Hats are going to be fighting the Blackbeard pirates, right? Literally, that's going to play an effect. He is going to save her. Right? I think he's going to save her. I think he's going to fight Burgess. Burgess is going to be the one who's going to be keeping her, or keeping an eye on her, and he's going to fight him, right? And he's going to save Pudding. I don't see Katakuri or Big Mom going to Blackbeard and saving her, right? Because if Katakuri goes there alone, he's not going to win. As much as I like Katakuri, he's not going to win against Blackbeard at all, right? Granted, he could do like a mission similar to like what the Straw Hats did, but it will probably end up with failure because I think one of the things that Oda does specifically is that he sets up other crews for failure when they try to do something similar that Luffy does. And Big Mom, I don't know if she's coming back, right? But I don't see her coming back, and I don't see her being successful because if Blackbeard loses Pudding, then he loses one person other than Robin who can decipher the poneglyphs, assuming Pudding can, activate her third eye. Right? But that's going to lead to a situation, right, where Sanji's going to fight Burgess, and that's going to be in connection to them meeting once again, because their story isn't finished. I know a lot of people, especially people who, support Sanji Nami, don't like the idea or think that will happen because, either Pudding is still being malicious, she's still being a traitor, or like they don't feel like Pudding is that the situation between Sanji and Pudding is officially over. But Oda has it set up where it doesn't feel like it is over. Right? You even had the cover story where Pudding punches his brothers because of the way they treated him. So it's not over. She's not over him. And the fact that you bring her into the story because Blackbeard captures her, that tells you that there's going to be something where they meet again. And the way Sanji acts around Pudding is something that if I wanted to ship Sanji Nami, I would have wanted him to have that reaction, that way he thinks, right, with Sanji Pudding, with Sanji Nami. That would be a lot more interesting and a lot more more effective in pushing that romance. But that doesn't happen. Right? So that's to me why I just can't. I really can't. Right? And understand this. For me, a lot of times whenever I consume a series or a fiction, I always have a ship. I always look for a ship that I want to enjoy and go into, right? Very rarely do I go into a story where there's no ship, right? Or something that I ship. Very rarely. Very, very rarely. But I do it because shipping is something that I enjoy and have a lot of fun in, right? For example, Genshin Impact, right? Genshin Impact is a game, no shot that any romance within the actual in-game characters happens, with the protagonist that you're playing, because of the way the game functions, the way the game is, the way the game essentially incorporates you choosing between a male or a female protagonist, right? It doesn't, because the dialogues and all that stuff, it's usually always neutral. Like, for example, in Genshin Impact, I don't believe any romance will be canon, but I ship the protagonist with Ayaka. Understand that I'm not talking about myself, I ship myself with Ayaka. No, the protagonist does have his own internal thing, right? He has his own internal dialogue. I wish he could speak more, but there is, to me, the way they were written with the protagonist and Ayaka, I ship it. But here comes the next problem. If my protagonist was a female, it probably wouldn't match in a shipping form.
Not because I don't like Yuri ships, because there are some Yuri ships I really enjoy, right? But it just doesn't match. The writing is always written in a way where it's specifically not supposed to be romantic. Shippers will take it as romantic, of course, but at the end of the day, you could ship whoever you want in Genshin Impact, but understand that likelihood of any ship being canon between the protagonist or with any of the other characters, it's almost unlikely to happen. Not because I think it shouldn't, not because I think like you shouldn't ship those characters. It's the way the game is. That's the likelihood why it won't, because of what type of game it is. So yeah. If you have any other questions about like ships and like certain other series, let me know. Ask away. I'm more than happy to discuss with you. If I'd seen it, I probably do have a ship of some kind involved. Squeak, squeak. Squat, 6 pounds. I'm kidding, by the way. I have no idea. This is a really great picture of Robin. Best girl? That is debatable. Oda's crazy for this. What? But that's... Yeah, see? You know what? Yeah, see? So this, like right here, right there, that to me tells me that you can't really have that connection between what we saw in the chapter and the person that we saw in Kuma's backstory who was there with the God Knights. I don't think there's any connection to them at all. Because it seems like it's a very common thing in Elbaf. So... It's like one of the common things that you see probably in Elbaf. Okay. It gives an extra emotional attachment to the story. If the characters' relationships are limited, it can be harder to invest in my experience. Oh, of course. No doubt it. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. You need investment, right? You need something to be invested in a relationship for characters whenever you ship them. When the writing is a bit off, or like you understand like what the type of genre of media it is, like a video game, like something like Genshin Impact, you have to understand like you can still ship, right? You can still invest in those ships, but you also have to understand that the likelihood of something happening like a ship being canon in a game like Genshin Impact would likely never happen. Because just of the way the game is structured, the idea that you could choose between two protagonists, so the writings are going to be the same except for like very small, limited amount of things. It's why, no ship will probably ever be canon against Impact. Oh yeah, I agree with you, Gamester Champ. Underrated panel. Miguel was the biggest menace in pre-time skip. He was tough. I am shocked Luffy was able to survive because he was tough. He was a tough one. Speaking of fucking ships, I commented on this yesterday, but I might as well comment on it today as well. For those who don't know about this is I think one of the fan letter stuff that they're going to be animating in the thing that happens on October 25th, I think it is. So there was a whole hubba about this, about Usopp getting cucked, NTR'd, and it came from the synopsis, because the synopsis does not actually give you the full story of exactly what the Usopp story is actually about, the fan letter stuff. No. Like, it became like a huge thing. If you don't wish to know exactly what entails in this story, because I can't spoil it, so I can give you guys the context. But if you don't want to hear it, you can mute me for a bit.
But yeah, so essentially, no, he doesn't actually get fucking cooked. First of all, cooked is not even the right word because they're not technically in a relationship in the manga. They promise to, you know, meet each other, right? After, you know, Usopp's journey is over, and then Kaya becomes a great doctor so that she could always heal Usopp's wounds because Usopp will always get injured, right? That wouldn't be cucking. That would just be like her moving on, right? Because long distance relationships tend to sometimes that happen. But the original story, the fan letter story, the actual story behind it is that she meets this guy who showers her with kindness, who gives her gifts, and, you know, they befriend each other. You know, her questions arise about how this new friendship might affect her relationship with Usopp, means that she's thinking about Usopp. Essentially, like, well, what will Usopp think about this? You know, all that stuff. Like, this person, he kind of does remind me of, you know, that kind of stuff. But eventually they find out that this guy is a fraud. His plan was to kidnap her. Then she gets saved by the Usopp pirates, you know, Onion, Carrot, and Pepper. And that's really it. Like, she never once thinks about, like, anything romantic with this dude. Never does. She just questions about her relationship with Usopp, like, are we together? I don't know. You know, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. This blew up, and it was just a huge thing. That just really just got so many people just automatically just their brains thinking like, oh my god, this means that Usopp got caught. All because of the synopsis that's very vague and didn't really give much. It's literally engagement baiting. That's literally what this was. This purposely vague? Yeah, it is. It is. Which is weird because I don't think, because the person who did translate this, Pew Piece, who does most of the new, who mostly does the spoiler stuff, he's usually never this vague about certain things, but it's like he's getting closer to the whole thing about engagement baiting, right? So it was very weird that he wrote it this way, because he's usually not vague like this. Granted, he could have copied this from somewhere, but yeah, it's very weird. It was very weird, and so many people were like saying shit like, "Oh, Usopp got cocked, Usopp got NTR'd," and just like, people assume, and when you assume, you tend to make a fool of yourself. And I know this because sometimes I assume and I make a fool of myself. Anyone else fine with Luffy using Gear 5? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. The only people who are not fine with it are power scalers, essentially. Because it literally thwarts like a lot of things that they try to understand with One Piece in terms of power scaling. To me, it's not a big deal. It really doesn't matter to me that well. Or that much, I should say. Oda's making Nami cute in an bath. Hell fucking yeah. Like, look how adorable she is. Fucking, oh god, she's so cute. First off, this is AI. Secondly, wow. Okay. Top 3 egghead panel easily. Yeah, that's a really good panel. I'm not interested in the Zoro debates. At the start of the story, Zoro, Fame, Pyro Hunter, Luffy, Power, Nami, Wealth. Alright. Roman Zon Trio, hell yeah. We'll go hang you with Nami. Jesus Christ, shut up. I swear to God, it's just art. Oda just doesn't focus on like muscles when it's like something. He's just inconsistent. That's really all it is. Yes, Frankie's voice actor. Hopefully, he feels better because he's not. He has a lot of health concerns right now.
But hopefully he does recover and heal up, because that would be an amazing loss. So, you know, if he has to retire because of his health conditions, that would be an amazing loss, because he has such a unique voice. It's so good. One of the final antagonists has to die by drowning, right? We've never seen that happen to Delphi. Usually, yes, Oda has to be saving him. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. It would fit my theory of what I think how I think the final conflict happens, or like how the final ending happens against the final boss of the series. It could definitely be that. They're saying TCB scans disbanded. Well, that was not true. I would say one thing though, I do like how Luffy and Nami's outfits kind of match, but that's mostly because of the whatever the fuck these things are called, the frills. That's not even frills. I don't know what that is. That's pretty cute though. And then you have Zoro and Sanji being like the knights. Then Usopp is like the court jester. King and queen, bitch. Sorry. Woo. So who's fighting between Luffy's crew and Blackbeard crew? Well, clearly Luffy's going to fight Blackbeard. I think Zoro's going to fight Shiryu. Sanji, I think, is going to fight Burgess. Nami's going to fight Katarina. Usopp's going to fight, I think, Lafitte. Sniper versus sniper. The Doc Q is gonna fight Chopper. The big giant guy, the guy who's like a giant, entire ground island or whatever it is. I think that's going to be Frankie's opponent. The guy with like the jail, the guy who looks like a court jester. I think that would be. I think that'll be Frankie's opponent. No, not Frankie. Brooke. I think that'll be Brooke's opponent. Robin will, and I forgot the other two, but that's essentially where I'm leaning towards. But we'll see. Oh, we also have Jinbei. I need to look up Blackbeard's crew because I don't remember some of them. Oh my god. Okay. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Oh, it's Vang Ogre, not Luffy. Vang Ogre. My bad. God, I can't remember these fucking characters. Vang Ogre will be fighting Usopp. Nami will be fighting Katarina. Sanwan will... Daku will be fighting Chopper. There's Aokiji. Aokiji's... Lafitte, I think... Lafitte will either be Robin or Brooke. Sanwan Wolf. Which one's the one who... Is it Pizarro? The one with the double foot that's like... The thing? Yes. So I think that would be Frankie. That'll be Frankie. Sanwan Wolf. Sanwan Wolf. Jinbei. Vasco Shot. Oh god. This is tough. Because, oh my god. Aokiji's fucking nuts. I don't know who would face Aokiji if this is the final lineup. Oh my god. Because you have 10 members, you have 1. That's tough. Some I could see which one could be, but again, Oda could also just change his mind. So who knows? Who knows what path Oda does go to? But like, the ones I think will likely happen: Blackbeard, Luffy versus Blackbeard, Sanji versus Burgess, Zoro versus Shiryu, Van Ogre versus Usopp, Katarina versus Nami, Q versus Chopper, and I think Pizarro's gonna fight Frankie. Who's gonna fight out Kiji, Lafitte, and San Juan Wolf and Basco Shot? I don't know yet. Jinbei might fight Aokiji. I think Jinbei fighting Aokiji is like, he will likely be the only one who could at least stand up if Sanji's fighting Burgess and Zoro's fighting Shiryu. Could Sanji fight Aokiji? I mean, he could. That's why it's a little weird, because the matchups could be anything. There's a few matchups here that you could, like, you know, definitely point to who's gonna fight who, like Luffy versus Blackbeard, Sanji versus Shiryu, Q versus Chopper, Van Ogre versus Usopp, and you know, I personally think Nami Katarina. I know a lot of people are gonna say Robin versus Katarina as well. Robin might fight Lafitte. I think that's a very strong possibility that Robin might fight Lafitte. Vasco Shot, like Pizarro, I think Frankie, because Frankie's probably going to create like some sort of like weapon to go up against him. Sanji could fight Aokiji, but I think Burgess is going to be the one that will be in charge of protecting Pudding, because it'll be like, oh, he's, you know, the first ship. You know, that means that Blackbeard, you know, has him and loyalty. So, you know, there's that connection. It's tough because some of these could be switched around, so who knows. The word for particularly curtain in Japanese means with singular unknown purpose, so it's just wire translation that implies more than it means. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Robin, their history. How would Robin beat Aokiji, though? That's the question, you know. That's a tall task for Robin. That's a tall task. Like, Oda could write it in any way, because, you know, Oda chooses who wins and who loses battles based on the narrative, right? But I mean, for all we know, Aokiji could betray Blackbeard. There's also that. I mean, there's always that possibility that he's, you know, faking it. But I don't know who could fight Aokiji out of the Straw Hats. Jinbei is like my likeliest, but I don't know. That is tough. That honestly is tough. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough, but I am confident in at least those. Luffy, you know, Luffy was a back player. Obviously, Zoro versus Shiryu, Van Ogre versus Usopp, and Katarina versus Nami. I think those are going to be, you know, at least I'm like 99% confident those will be the matchups. The others, it's still up for grabs. So we'll see. Love this tonal line. The Sanami Hate is great and always what? And all no holding back 1v1. Who's your favorite One Piece girl? Nami, obviously. Theory Kuina is Tashigi. Considering the fact that we actually saw a coffin of Kuina, I doubt it. And we actually saw a dead body, I doubt it. They could be twins. You never know. They could be long lost twins. Who knows? But there is some sort of connection there. We'll see what it is. Anyone didn't like this after? It's because Elbaf was written 20 years ago. Isn't me or was Sanji's gag funny than normal? It was because it was written 20 years ago. I mean, sounds logic. Oda Sir's comment on the end of Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay. You want to be victim so bad you're all doing the same amount. How the fuck do women find this thing attractive? What, just because he's wearing fucking goggles? What the hell? Calling Usopp a bum like his dad is crazy work. Usopp is definitely not like his dad. I doubt Usopp would like leave, you know, his wife, or you know, if it's Kaya, I doubt Usopp would leave Kaya like that if she's sick. Oh, cool. Nami. Why do you guys say Law beats Zoro? Do I think Law beats Zoro? I think it's a possibility, but I think right now Law is just a bit ahead of Zoro. Well, he kind of already did. Yeah, I mean, I guess he kind of already did. Yeah, I guess he kind of already did. Oh, excuse me. Is it bad that I would defend this? Oh god, the thing where everyone gets resurrected at the end? God, no. Oh god, I would hate that. She is definitely more happy now. Yeah, see, that's another weird thing that he said. This one is more tame, which something like this doesn't bother me in terms of his gag, right? This is more tame compared to like the whole thing with the glass mirror stuff. Including the thing in the very beginning of the chapter where, like, he talks about, like, you know, he only dreams of women. It's really tame. I don't mind this type of fucking gag of his. Like, that's perfectly fine. It's still weird. Like, literally, why are you weird? Why are you weird? Like, why would you say that? And she's like, are you a dog or are you a hound? It's just like... You see, it's like, I really cannot take this seriously. I really cannot take a romance between them seriously. You know? I really cannot. Yes, she is. I'll give you a like, because I agree. Yeah, this was a great Strides moment. This was fan-fucking-tastic. This was so great. Isn't she, like... Yeah, it's fine. It's fan art. I'm not gonna... I don't go after fan art. I don't like going after fan art and telling people what they can and can't draw. Like some people. I think Marco's kind of... Marco is, but I think Marco's a strong candidate for Blackbeard to go after and kill. Because because Blackbeard's never going to need a zone fruit, and I think if you give him Marco's fruit, that kind of makes him a little bit immortal. Because at that point, like, he could regenerate and heal himself, so, like, holy crap. Ugh. What else would you ship her with if it couldn't be Luffy? Oh, Kirby! Okay, so, who would I ship Nami with if it wasn't for Luffy? Honestly, I wouldn't ship anyone with Nami at that point. But I'll
I'll entertain it. I would not mind Zoro, but Zoro is just slightly. Zoro does not care at all about romance whatsoever. If it wasn't Luffy, probably Zoro probably be my next second favorite candidate. If not Zoro, then probably I wouldn't mind something like Nami Vivi. You know, I just really love Luffy Nami's connection and bond and trust and all that stuff, that it's very hard for me to see them together with anybody else except each other. So that's why it's very hard. Like, I could give you some examples or like some things where I'd be like, okay, if Luffy didn't exist, maybe I could say this ship or that ship. But at the same time, it's like, I can't see it. So I wouldn't ship her with anybody else. You know? I just can't see it. It's very hard for me. Sometimes you get that. Sometimes you get that ship that you love so much that you cannot see them being with anybody else. I just can't see it. That's how I feel about Cloud and Tifa and Zack and Aerith. Honestly, yeah. Like for me, when I initially first heard about Final Fantasy VII, this is before I even played it, I thought Cloud and Aerith was, you know, the ship. Because I think there was an article that I read about Final Fantasy VII. It was like one of those, you know, most shocking things in video games history. Where I was like, where the article stated that, like, you know, there was a possible romance between the two before it was tragically cut short because of Aerith's death. I was like, oh, really? So that's the ship. And then I played Kingdom Hearts 2 a little bit, right? And I saw that thing. I was like, oh, okay, I see that. But then I played the game. And I was like, what? This doesn't make any sense. What? Like, it was clear that this looked more in favor for Cloud and Tifa rather than Cloud and Aerith. Right? It felt that way. So I was like, interesting. This is why you should play the fucking game instead of just hearing about it from some other people or just looking at that situation from characters from that they make a cameo in for another game. You have to play the game. You have to read the actual story the characters are from and understand the context that is being told there. That's important. Some people, some shippers, not just in Final Fantasy or One Piece, just in general, sometimes they like a ship just based off clips or like what they hear other people say without ever consuming the actual media that they're from. And to me, that's such a weird way of shipping. The fact that I experienced that and then played Final Fantasy VII, I was like, oh, wow, huh. I was almost fooled into thinking that was always going to be a ship, but that's not the case. Interesting. Always read the source material. Never trust YouTube clips, YouTube videos, or anything like that. You could listen to people talk about, you know, why they like their ship and stuff like that. But to me, you should still consume the original media in order to get your own personal view on which relationship you like between the characters, which ship you like. Because clips can always manipulate you into thinking something that isn't true. Right? And I fell for it a little bit. But then I actually went through the actual material and I saw like exactly what the writer was going for. Right? Some people unfortunately don't do that, which sucks. But at the end of the day, ship who you want. I'm never going to tell you to stop. the way I talked about Sanji Nami moments in on the stream when we first going over the chapter, I could be very neutral about it. I could give you my thoughts, right? And I literally told you that celebrate these moments because you have these moments for your ship, right? But understand the context behind the moment, because if you don't really use the context, then you can fall into that trap of being blinded by no context and just what you are seeing visually, even without text, right? So always remember that. Always remember that. Ship whoever you want, understand the context, right? And understand the context that's being shown, and whether or not it's good for your ship is determined by what the context is that is being portrayed. It's the same thing with Cloud and Aerith, right? The reason why I don't ship Cloud and Aerith, after going through Final Fantasy VII, I saw the writing for Cloud and Tifa more engaging towards more romantically, and then with the remake project and stuff like that, and Crisis Core, seeing Zack and Aerith's relationship, and then seeing the remake and Rebirth stuff, right? To me, the moment that like she declares in the church scene, that in her dream date scenario at the end of Rebirth, right? The moment I saw that and her response, I thought this was way before this didn't really solidify it for me. I was solidified a long time ago about it, right? But there's always the idea that maybe they might switch some stuff. You never know, right? You never know with like writers. They can always change things. That dream date kind of showed me like a little bit of where the author's intents were. Even if I did not see the kiss scene with Cloud and Tifa, that dream date showed me essentially how not only how Cloud viewed the relationship, but also Aerith, because Aerith definitely might have been crushing on Zack, like falling in love with Zack. Crushing on Cloud, falling in love with Cloud. But the problem is she didn't understand if it was love, right? That's why she says, I like you, Cloud, but I don't know what kind of like it is. That's her saying that she isn't sure if it's love, because she knows what love feels like. She felt it before with Zack. The fact that she's confused about it already tells me that like it might not be love. It might be something else, right? Right? Could it be something much more higher than love? Is there an emotion much higher than love? I guess. I guess there is, but it's like you can't really reach it until you know that you're in love with a person, right? But she still was confused about it, right? Burn. Burn, burn, burn. Oh, the likely ban evaded restricted. Oh, okay, never mind. Right? So it's just like, yeah, it was what that dream world sequence of them in the church, that told me where the devs are heading with the remake project. That's why I don't see Cloud and Aerith being a thing in Part 3. Could things change? Sure. I'm at this point in time in my life where I'm just like, anything could fucking happen at this point. Fucking hell, a meteor could hit us before Part 3 comes out, and then we'll fucking die without ever knowing what the fuck they do in Part 3. Life is unpredictable. Writers can change. Best example of Noah.0, the anime I was talking to you about. It was clear as day what they were shipping, and then they threw a fucking curveball, and it was just like, oh my fucking god. You know, anything can happen. But the likelihood of Cloud and Aerith being a thing in Part 3 is very low. It's just really low at this point. Now, of course, people who support Cloud and Aerith are going to, disagree with me. That's perfectly fine. Your interpretation will be slightly different than mine. At the end of the day, you're still allowed to ship Cloud and Aerith. I'm not going to tell you you shouldn't, right? Right? The only people I don't agree with in terms of, like, shipping something is when they really take it upon themselves to make themselves slander, say certain things that, like, so weird, like attack people, those type of stuff. I'm not a big fan of, and I don't condone that stuff, and I just refuse to, like, just accept that being a thing that we should boil down to, or like we should be doing. We shouldn't be doing that, because we should just really ship, like people has also claimed that, like, if you don't ship Cloud and Aerith, you don't like Aerith. That is not how that works. You could love Aerith, right? You could be a big fan of Aerith. You don't need to ship Cloud and Aerith to be a real Aerith fan or be a real Cloud fan. That is gatekeeping in a way, right? You don't need to be any of that, right? But you're still allowed to ship wherever you want. You're allowed to draw fan art. You're allowed to look at fan art. You're allowed to draw fan fiction. The people who go purposely to fan art to diss on it, I'm not cool with that. I don't do it. No one should do it. Especially in shipping wars, no one should do it. I've seen so much Sanji Nami fan art on Twitter because because Nami is a big thing, a big topic that shows up on my feed. So that's why I see Sanji Nami art. I look at it. If it's good art, I'm like, oh, that looks pretty cool. Scroll by. Don't say anything in the comments. Don't tell people they can't ship that. They can't draw fan art of that. Don't tell them that Luffy is better than Sanji or anything like that. Luffy should be with Luffy should be with Nami, or Luffy should be with Sanji, for example, right? I don't do that. I just look at the art like, oh, you know what? This guy's good. This person's good. This person's art is really good. Just scroll by. Sometimes I leave a like. Because at the end of the day, art is a person's interpretation, and art can be anyone. You can draw anything with art, we should at least express that it's okay to draw whatever you want, even if it's something I dislike, even if it's something I disagree with. You can like it still because it's really good art. That's really it. What's funny about that is that everything I just said can be seen as like a very, very normal take that doesn't really reach engagement levels, or like people don't care if they want like that hot take. They want that fucking weird take that gets people, talking. That's what gets engagement. For me, it's just like what I just said it should be normal, but it is seen as a not coward, but like a very primitive take. Because that's not what the internet is anymore. The internet is all about trying to cause engagement, and a lot of times engagement comes from hate, comes from hot takes, comes from bad takes, and that's what the algorithm thrives on. Which is really it. And in shipping war, if you don't look out for cannons, you will get sunk. Oh, of course. Of course. Anytime you are ever in a shipping war, if you try to use non-canon material, it's not good evidence. right? For example, I never use strong world technically for any sort of like debate I have with somebody about shipping. I never use strong world. Yes, it's written by Oda, but I never use scenes from strong world. What I do use is that I talk about the fact that Oda wrote it. The ideas Oda had in it is what I use as argument, not the scenes itself. You know? I don't use the scenes themselves. What I use is the ideas that he had that he put and wrote in Strong World. Those are what I use. You know? But you don't want to use non-canon or filler stuff as arguments for something, because it's, especially if it's something that's like done by somebody else, you don't want to do that, because you will, it weakens your argument. It's better to use canon stuff. Always use canon stuff. Always. Always. Oh, fuck. My eyes burn. Holy. But yeah. Yeah, in the end, shipping wars are shipping wars can be fun, but the fun part immediately becomes chaotic. Initially they can be fun, initially debates can be very, calm, very constructive, and then at some point they become straight hell, where you're arguing, sometimes slurs come out, sometimes people attack people's personal appearances, and it's a shame that it usually devolves to that. Isn't that right, Kirby? Brr. They're not all different, but there are pretty much different ones. I swear to God, people with same face syndrome always have this fucking argument that it's weird because it's just like One Piece isn't the only one where this happens. Dragon Ball happens in Dragon Ball, same face syndrome. So many people with same face syndrome don't even realize it. There's nothing wrong with an artist constantly using like the same style. There really isn't. You're talking about a fucking guy who's been, drawing a series weekly for fucking 25 years plus. Give the guy a break. Holy hell. That's why I had to chill out. It was changing me, in my opinion, of the game. I didn't like that. Shipping Wars can't do that. Shipping Wars can definitely not only change an opinion of a game, but the opinion of a character that you might have enjoyed, and all of a sudden you start hating. For example, there's a lot of people who don't like Sanji because of Sanji fans. They could like Sanji, but Sanji fans made them hate Sanji. Like, yeah, it's like, it can happen. Shipping wars, character wars, power scaling. the way fans interact and the way fans represent certain characters can, or not certain characters, any character or any ship can make them judge the entire community like that. That's why shippers get a lot of flack. Like, they get a lot of flack because of that. Like, people see one toxic shipper and immediately label everyone like that, when that is not the case. You know, there's a lot of shippers out there who don't even get involved in debates, who don't get involved in arguments. They just share what they love. They share fan art. They draw fan art. They write fan fiction. You know, all this stuff, and they get labeled in such a bad way. It sucks, because they shouldn't all be labeled that way. You know, they really shouldn't. It's just, god damn it. Like, some of my dislike for Sanji comes from Sanji fans as well, right? I do dislike Sanji for some of the stuff because of Sanji fans. I will say, however, as I gotten older, I realized that the opinion or like how people act on the internet should not be taken seriously at all. Because at the end of the day, only you really personally can make that opinion of why you don't like a character. You shouldn't allow other people's reason, favoritism, and stuff like that inflict your own opinion, right? But you know, sometimes it's hard to, you know, get through that. And sometimes it's hard to stop that. I understand that. But just try your best to not fall into that trap. You know, I personally got into thinking that way. Sometimes with Sanji fans, but it was also Zoro fans also do it a lot. There's some Zoro fans that I don't like at all. I don't. I'm tired. It's like at 1 a.m. Holy crap. Yeah. So yeah, it's just like, shipping is hard. Shipping is tough. Being a shipper is hard. You're seen as biased. You're seen as someone who can't like discuss major story stuff because you have such a bias for certain characters. It's why I try very hard to be neutral on certain things, like I am with Sanji. Like, I think that if it wasn't for Sanji's gag and in his worst moments, I would actually like his character a lot more. That's literally the only thing I really dislike about Sanji, honestly. The gag just really puts so much of an impression on him for me that it's very hard for me to root for him. You know? I don't hate Aerith. I question Aerith's writing in Rebirth, but that doesn't mean I hate her. I thought she was great. I thought she was fun. You know? She's energetic. She's so full of life. You know? Clever shippers don't make me hate Aerith at all. I learned a lot from my 20s. I was very much one of those toxic hardcore shippers in my 20s. Not on Twitter. I didn't join Twitter until like late 2010s. But I was in like forums and stuff like that, so I got into a lot of arguments with shipping. But over the course of the years, I learned simply that there's no point in arguing ships because people will like what they like. The only thing I can do is just enjoy my own ship, don't bother other people, and if anyone ever asks or if I want to give my opinion on certain ships that I don't
personally like, I just tell them, you know what, you have scenes, go like it. You know, I may disagree with it, but that doesn't mean I should stop you from liking it. You know, because it's just like, who am I to tell you not to fucking like something? Me, some fucking Polish white boy who lives in fucking New York. Who the fuck am I? You know? Which is why I don't make my videos trying to slander other people. I go after things that cause slander. Right? Like any statements that cause slander towards a character or anything like that, I make videos on. I don't make videos on a bunch of characters. Just characters that I really enjoy, like Nami and Tifa, Cloud. You know, I don't do it for every character, but I prefer to not debate or discuss things and try to slander characters, try to slander people, because it's just like, why? What is the purpose of doing that? You know, that doesn't make me happy. It makes me miserable thinking that I just told someone something that they shouldn't do. Everyone has the free will to, you know, follow anybody. You know, have a favorite character, even if it's a character I dislike. I'm never going to tell people to not like a character that they like. I could give you my reasons for why I don't like certain characters, but that doesn't mean I should tell you to dislike it and why you should hate it. Right? And I'm very open-minded. I am very open-minded to certain things. You know? Tana Greek is still getting hate, and now that Tana Greek? Tana Greek. Tana Greek? Who is Tana Greek? Is still getting hate now that you guys going to react to her video. Tana Greek? Wait, you talking about Tiana? That one account? I mean, the thing. Okay. I didn't see his reaction to that one Claudia video, the Cloud Tifa video. If his reaction to it is literally trying to really nitpick and try to instead of analyzing neutrally, and he's nitpicking and he essentially attacks certain points of that video, that's, to me, is unfair. That, to me, is unfair to the original video creator. Right? You can disagree with the content, but if you try to attack, that's a different story. I don't agree with that. I don't know if that's what he did. I didn't watch the video, but if that's what he was reacting to essentially, and having those type of takes, I cannot agree to it. I cannot. I refuse to do that. I don't go to Claret videos and react to them and leave negative comments, say why this doesn't happen or why this can't happen. I don't do that. Because someone worked really hard on that video. Someone put their passion into it. Someone edited it. Someone put their time into it. Why the fuck would I go and tell them, oh, this fucking video is fucking bullshit? Why would I don't understand people who do that. God, I don't get it. I really do not get it at all. I could never do something like that. I really can't. But some people do. Some people do it, and it's just I can't agree with it. I really can't. I am curious though. Maybe we should do one day of a stream. I won't be able to do it on YouTube because YouTube has this weird like thing with YouTube has this weird thing with reacting to certain content on, or just any content on YouTube. So I might have to. I can't do it on YouTube. I'll probably do it on Twitch. Like react to certain shipping videos and see like why people enjoy certain things or like why they enjoy the ship. It'll be an interesting thing to react to, or like just view in general. Her, you might see the drama on X trying to attack her for something that happened when she was a teen. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? Top 10. I've seen her. I've seen this Claudie video. She was attacked for something when she was... Wait. Did... She said something that was controversial, did she? Oh yeah, that. All he was doing was trying to make fun of Xavier Claudie's video. Jesus Christ. Such a shitty thing to do. Okay, I can't do it on YouTube, so I'll probably close the YouTube stream, but we could watch it on Twitch. So, to anyone on YouTube side, if you want to continue watching the stream, you could join us on twitch.tv/LooneyPoundCake. Let me get the link for you guys over on YouTube. It's just I can't. YouTube has this weird thing. It will probably close the YouTube channel. But if you want to continue, you can watch it over here, over on Twitch. That is my Twitch channel. So, I hope that goes there. Yeah, it does. So, yeah, for everyone over on YouTube side, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys next time. All right, take care.